Chapter 740. Female Literature, One Punch. Previously, they had attacked so hard, but they did not hurt him at all. Now, just one punch had turned the Venerable One into such a state. He could clearly feel that the meridians in his body seemed to be constantly cracking. He was clearly aware of one thing, and that was that he would die. If this continued, he would definitely die. That guy had suddenly turned into a devil. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see an extremely strange scene. At this moment, patterns began to slowly appear on Su Yan's face. It was a pattern that looked like a spider web. However, Yen Song was more willing to call him Ghost Face. Such a terrifying scene filled his heart with fear. He had experienced countless things to be able to reach his current state. How could ordinary things make this old man who had experienced countless things have such a mentality? However, the scene in front of him was too strange, and even terrifying. He could clearly see the changes on Su Yan's face. The patterns gradually accumulated, and in the end, they directly covered Su Yan's entire face. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Su Yan's body had finally reached its peak. He felt that Su Yan's aura had come alive at this moment. Every aura was like a venomous snake, spreading toward his body bit by bit as if it was going to devour him directly. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He did not want to die. He still had a long way to go, and he still wanted to achieve the peak of his life. If he died like this, he would not be able to accept it for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, the rhythm of things was no longer within his control. Su Yan's power had firmly imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that it was so difficult for him to break free from the restraint of Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan's ghost face had completely appeared. This ghost face was extremely terrifying. On the forehead of the ghost face, there was a bit of golden light surging. It was filled with endless sacred intent. However, on the other parts of the ghost face, there was dense demonic qi. He couldn't imagine how a person could produce so much power, but he understood very well that this power was truly terrifying. Under the influence of this power, his spirit qi was actually disappearing bit by bit. That was the power that Su Yan had devoured. At this moment, a light vortex appeared on the surface of Su Yan and his body. It was a golden and black light vortex. The light vortex became more and more chaotic, and in the end, it formed a chaotic color. In the end, the light vortex seemed to directly divide the two worlds. Su Yan. At this time, Meng Yang was very worried about Su Yan. He directly wanted to rush over. After all, although his words were always unreliable, he truly regarded Su Yan as his friend. At this time, Su Yan was really too strange. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yan, so at this time, he immediately wanted to go over. However, Feng Yuhai pulled him back. Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn as he said directly, "Didn't you notice? At this time, Su Yan is very dangerous." At this moment, Meng Yang was stunned. Of course, he noticed, but that was Su Yan, his friend. Therefore, he could not ignore it. He said directly, "I know that Su Yan is not in a good state right now, but it's precisely because of this that I want to go and take a look. I want to know what exactly happened to him at this time." Meng Yang was an impulsive person, after all. At this time, he really wanted to know if Su Yan was safe. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. However, his opponent was a venerable one. Although he looked down on a venerable one with jealousy, in reality, he knew how terrifying a venerable one was. However, as soon as his body got close to the terrifying whirlwind, an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Meng Yang was actually directly repelled by this force. The power of the light tornado was actually so great. At this moment, Wang Baichuan walked forward. He quietly and directly withdrew from the cold state. As his economy improved, he was able to control cold state more and more as he pleased. This was a sign that his power had become more powerful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry about Su Yan. This light tornado is his own power. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have done this." Besides, it seems like we can't help at all at this time. His last sentence was somewhat bitter and helpless. Not long ago, Su Yan was still not his match. Back when he fought with the Taihang sword faction, he had held back. Now, Su Yan's strength had increased to such a level that even if Feng Yuhai wanted to help, he would be powerless. He's really a monster. But then again, if he wasn't a monster, how could he be so powerful that he could force a venerable to such a state? At this moment, Feng Yuhai had a feeling that Su Yan could kill this venerable in front of him. This was really a terrifying thing. A person in the dragon realm could directly kill a venerable. Feng Yuhai couldn't imagine such a thing. Back then, although he had a glorious record of defeating someone stronger as the weak, he was still in the dragon realm. But now, Su Yan had directly crossed over an entire realm. He defeated a venerable in the Six Dragons realm. Feng Yuhai didn't know if such a thing would never happen in the future, but before Su Yan, almost no one could do it. If Su Yan really did it today, it would really be earth-shattering. The Jianghu continent would probably be in an uproar. In this chaotic light tornado, Su Yan and Yen Song's bodies were tightly pressed against each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a battle of strength. It was the most primitive battle of strength. A venerable was a powerful existence that had elevated himself to another level. The dragon realm had already begun to break away from the human realm. Their bodies had even begun to develop in the direction of a giant dragon. But a venerable was different. A venerable's body had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had begun to integrate with the void energy. In short, this was a process that the dragon realm couldn't imagine. Therefore, even a 9 dragons realm elite couldn't fight against a venerable. This was an iron law. The reason why the 3 heavenly ghosts were so famous was because when the 3 of them fought together, they directly possessed the power of a venerable for a short period of time. This made them invincible. But now, Su Yan was directly challenging a venerable. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Su Yan clearly had the upper hand in the battle. Impossible, impossible. My body has already been baptized by the void energy. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? He can actually fight against me. At this moment, Yen Song was in more and more pain. He couldn't understand how Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. He was a dragon realm elite, and he was only a 6 dragons, but his strength was already so terrifying. He, a venerable, was actually suppressed to this extent. At this moment, the energy in Su Yan's body became even more terrifying. That ghost face seemed to have come alive. It was as if the person he was facing was no longer Su Yan, but another person. Departed spirit flower, soul-burning curse, die for me. He roared furiously. Then, one departed spirit flower after another appeared around his body. This time, the departed spirit flower was so clear that even the most detailed lines were so clear. At this moment, he had already activated his strength to the extreme. Su Yan's explosive power finally achieved great results. At this time, Su Yan's body had already begun to sway. He immediately understood that Su Yan couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha ha, damn Junior, you actually dare to fight with me. I want you dead, I want you dead. The departed spirit flower bloomed and enveloped Su Yan. The departed spirit flower was his strongest strength. He believed that once the departed spirit flower bloomed to the extreme, it would be time for Su Yan to die. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. Su Yan was already so powerful at this level. There must be a secret that belonged to him. If he could master this secret, then perhaps his strength would increase again. And this increase wouldn't be a small 1 or 2 points. The departed spirit flower bloomed. It was so beautiful, so quiet, and so powerful. It directly attacked Su Yan's body. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly and turn Su Yan into nourishment for the departed spirit flower. When Su Yan completely died, it would be time for him to reach a higher level. At this moment, his plan was perfect. Everything seemed so perfect. However, he still neglected one point. That was Su Yan's strength. Just as he was at his most complacent, he suddenly realized that his strength had started to reverse. The departed spirit flower was no longer absorbing strength. Instead, it started to reverse. This was a terrifying scene. It seemed as though everything about him was about to be torn apart. No, how is this possible? How can he devour the departed spirit flower's strength instead? The departed spirit flower was his foundation. However, at this moment, even such a powerful strength couldn't control Su Yan. Instead, it was being devoured by Su Yan's strength. At this moment, he was truly afraid. No, it should be said that he was truly in despair. He could no longer control his own life. Everything about him would wither under such power. The chaotic light vortex still existed. However, at this moment, it had gradually calmed down. It was as if everything had started to quiet down. Wang Baichuan and the others watched anxiously. They wanted to know what had happened. Would Su Yan win in the end, or would Supremacy Yen Song win? Chapter 741. Female Literature. Finally, the chaotic light vortex slowly disappeared. Su Yan and Yen Song appeared in front of everyone. Su Yan stood in the void while carrying Yen Song, who looked like a dead dog, in his hand. Although they were all looking forward to this scene, when they really saw the scene in front of them, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Su Yan had won, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of pride in their hearts. Because at this moment, Su Yan only brought them fear. Su Yan was so terrifying that Meng Yang even thought of a demon. Back in the void, the demon overlord's aura was not as strong as Su Yan's. He couldn't understand why Su Yan would become like this. Meanwhile, in the distant divine demon island, the handsome and mysterious island master had been in a deep sleep all this time. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were moving slightly. In his sleep, he seemed to be able to see through everything. Has it really arrived? It seems like it's just as I expected. This kind of power is too terrifying after all. I wonder how long you can hold on. Xiao Qian was standing at the edge of the void. She was filled with worry. When she had given the third heart to Su Yan, she had already had a hunch about it. She knew that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, she didn't want to give that thing to Su Yan. However, that was the island master's will. It was a will that he couldn't go against. Therefore, he could only do so at that time. In fact, her feelings for Su Yan were very subtle. She did have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, he was the first man besides the island master who was attracted to her. As for the island master, he was simply too mysterious and too powerful. He was a celestial god. However, Xiao Qian didn't think that she could be compared to a celestial god. Her elder sister liked the island master. She was very clear about this. Therefore, she had never placed her thoughts on the island master. She did not know why, but during this period of time, she suddenly missed Su Yan. Although she was powerful, she couldn't see everything she wanted to see like the island master. She didn't know that Su Yan had already fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, there were actually two shadows in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, both of these shadows were Su Yan. It was exactly the same as Su Yan. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and the green lotus vision was even more mysterious. Even if a venerable one's will were to invade, he would not be able to gain anything. If an enemy's divine sense were to invade, then this power would automatically awaken and directly resist this power. But at this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was so quiet. Because at this time, the one who appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was also himself. Since it was also himself, his sea of consciousness naturally wouldn't resist. At this moment, Su Yan's soul had already fallen into a half-awake state. He saw everything outside, but his heart didn't react at all. This was because the one who was controlling his body now was another Su Yan, ghastly Su Yan. Ghastly Su Yan's terror was simply unimaginable. At this time, he was carrying the unconscious Yen Song with one hand. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Su Yan. Meng Yang finally couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned his head. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to have hit the cold air of the entire glacier. Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan felt their bodies turn cold at the same time. It was as if their entire bodies couldn't move. Just a single gaze was already so powerful. What if he unleashed his full strength? How terrifying would that be? At this moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Su Yan couldn't be planning to kill them, right? Su Yan was indeed their friend. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to be Su Yan anymore. That ghastly face was really terrifying. It was extremely frightening. And that pair of eyes that looked down on everything was even more terrifying. It was at this moment that a powerful aura suddenly rushed over. You actually killed Yen Song. A furious roar was heard. His tone was filled with fury. This person had a thick blood aura. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not too long ago. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's eyes burst out with a bright light. Third uncle, that's Feng Li's aura. Who are you? How dare you kill my third uncle? Feng Li was a powerhouse of the Feng family. He didn't keep a high profile in the Feng family and had always liked to live in seclusion. However, he was very kind to Feng Yuhai and gave him enough guidance on the path of cultivation. However, Feng Yuhai didn't expect that he would actually die here. At this moment, his heart was trembling non-stop. A monstrous hatred was revealed. That person laughed and said, Feng Li? So the trash who died at my hands is called Feng Li, However, do you want to know my name so that you can avenge him? There's no harm in telling you. My name is Le Tao. Remember my name. This way, you may have something to remember after you die. This supremacy was very powerful. There was no doubt that he could kill his third uncle. After all, Feng Yuhai was still too young. It was impossible for him to kill the other party now. It was also very difficult for him to escape from the other party. Previously, they were able to contend with Yen Song because Su Yan was at the forefront. Su Yan alone took most of the pressure, which allowed them to attack with all their might. However, at this moment, Su Yan's state was really strange. Not to mention whether Su Yan had the ability to resist the other party now, it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe at this moment. This was because at that moment, they clearly felt Su Yan's extremely cold will. If Su Yan wanted to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had already turned to Le Tao. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new prey. He directly let go of Yen Song's hand. Yen Song's corpse fell from the sky. This top powerhouse of the devil's sect was casually thrown into the sea just like that. His body might become food for those fish. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on Le Tao. Being stared at by Su Yan's gaze, Le Tao's entire person became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling very much, as if he was just a pitiful prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill Yen Song? You're pretty capable. But since you dared to kill Yen Song, you'll have to pay the price. Even though he's not strong enough and can be considered a trash, he's still a member of our glory sect. At this moment, he naturally felt how terrifying Su Yan was. Yen Song's strength was indeed inferior to his, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Yen Song. Since this devil-masked man could do this, it meant that he must be a very terrifying powerhouse. He didn't dare to be careless against such a person. Su Yan didn't answer him. A trace of a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Then, his body directly appeared beside Le Tao like a ghost. Even Le Tao, a venerable, was shocked by Su's speed. His speed could reach such a level. He instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly turned around. At this moment, his entire body was filled with anger. This damned guy. He clenched his palm and directly slapped it out. He naturally saw that Ghoul Su Yan's condition was not normal. It seemed that he was injured. No matter how powerful a person was, if he was injured, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, his judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, he didn't realize that the current Su Yan couldn't be judged in a normal situation at all. At this moment, it was Ghoul Su Yan. The reason why Ghoul Face appeared was because 2 of the 3 hearts in his body exploded at the same time. The power was so strong that he couldn't control it. Therefore, how could Su Yan leave his weakened state at this time? At this moment, Su Yan also blasted out with his palm. The palms of the 2 people met directly, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared in the sky. At this moment, a cracking sound could be heard from Su Yan's palm. It was obvious that his palm was directly broken by this attack. However, even so, his strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. Lu Tao's expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This guy's palm is already broken, but he's still so stubbornly attacking without asking anything. He had seen many ruthless people, and there were also many people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. However, even if they could endure it, they would definitely not be like Su Yan, who didn't feel anything at all. It was as if his broken hand had nothing to do with him at all. More importantly, the power of his attack was terrifying to the extreme. Even Lu Tao could feel how powerful the power was. It was an unimaginable power that directly impacted his body. Even with the body of a venerable one, he could still feel such pain. At this moment, he finally understood why Yen Song was killed. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. After this punch, Su Yan's power seemed to have found an outlet. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he began to laugh without making any sound. Chapter 742. Female Literature. Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yan, but for some reason, his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yen Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yen Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with 2 choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface Su Yan did not care about it at all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon's sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless swordlight. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon's sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demons sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless Demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the Earth Demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The Earth Demon's sword was a powerful move passed down from the Earth Demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the Earth Demon's sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the Earth Demon's sword possess the great and mighty power of the Earth Demon, but it also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, the most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Lu Tao immediately noticed the change. At this moment, he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time, he let out a roar, and the Earth Demon's sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the Earth Demon's sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Lu Tao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You, die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment, he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Lutao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Lutao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yen Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Lutao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop. Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Lutao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yen Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. "Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today?" Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil's Sect was enough for the powerful Devil's Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret." To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female Literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil's Sect, even the Taihang sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this." At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word." As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now." He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bull-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition, Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Fang Yueshan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the demon god armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme, and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luosen could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again? Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, he knew too well about the feud between Su Yan and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? Oh, isn't this Su Yan? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier, Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Meng Yang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yan at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. He did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the ghost-killing hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the Devil's Sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the ghost-killing hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had to plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil's Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil's Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Fang Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Fang Yueshan. Although Fang Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yan. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yan and had no choice but to betray the devil sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yan at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yan did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yan. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. All right, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time. As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with them. Wang Baichuan said directly, "All right, you two take care of Su Yan. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan, even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing sword master, but now, his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Meng Yang, I'll leave Su Yan to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yan." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Meng Yang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Sigh, Su Yan, oh Su Yan, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time, his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages, one of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the God-Slayer God's word directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the green lotus and bright moon. When these two things appeared, the God-Slayer sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the God-Slayer God's word had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Dao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Anshang. It was the same for Bingju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bingju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bingju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment, they were furious. They had just woken up, only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the God-Slayer sword. If not for the deterrence of the God-Slayer sword, Su Yan would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Dao Master was once a Six Essences Dao Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bingju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Dao Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Dao Master. At this moment, the mask suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful. Especially the source of the three lights, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these three powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these three powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling, at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment, they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Tao Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment, his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? No. We're not dead, we're really not dead. At this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bing Ju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Tao Master was also disappointed. Bing Ju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, the two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said, "Forget it, at least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact, at this moment, it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Tao Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Chapter 745. Female literature. Ghostface entered their bodies and did not do anything else after that. Of course, they didn't think that this was the end of it. They knew clearly that this was just the beginning. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that they had woken up, the most important thing was to get rid of the seal. Only then would they have a chance to do other things. While Su Yan was in a deep sleep, the battle situation outside had changed. The boundless demon sect's lineup was indeed powerful, but it was a trap set up by the Blazing Flames sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Although Feng Li of the Taihang Sword faction and a venerable from the Blazing Flames sect had died in battle, the demon sect's losses were definitely much greater. Not to mention the two venerables killed by Su Yan and the two who had died earlier, the rest of the demon sect's venerables had all died. Apart from the two Four Essences sovereigns and the Tao's sovereign Yan Shao, everyone else who had been bitterly holding on had died. This was the most disastrous loss the boundless demon sect had ever suffered. Moreover, the two Four Essences sovereigns and even Yan Shao had fallen into a crisis at this moment. Among the two Four Essences venerables, Bai Tianqing was not from the demon sect, but from the Huangji sect. He was the one who followed behind them. Fan Yunlin knew his son very well. He knew that even with the help of the three heroes of heavenly ghosts, it was impossible for him to subdue Mu Tianqing. Therefore, he had already made arrangements. Whether it was Yin Zhongshan or Bai Tianqing, they were all part of his arrangements. However, he didn't expect that even with such arrangements, there would still be a huge change in the situation. At this time, the Huangji sect was inexplicably involved in the war between the Boundless Demon sect, the Blazing Flame sect, and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, Bai Tianqing wouldn't fight against the Taihang Sword faction for the Boundless Demon sect. His opponent was only Mu Tianqing. However, at this time, he was also in great danger. Mu Tianqing's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he couldn't use all his strength was already very terrifying. In such a state, he could only retreat in defeat. Only now did he realize that he had been too careless. If he hadn't let the Jade Phosphorus beast fight the sea-splitting demonic snake, then he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, even if he wanted to summon the Jade Phosphorus beast, he couldn't because the Jade Phosphorus beast had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea-splitting demonic serpent to fight. It had to be said that since becoming Su Yan's mount, the wisdom of the Jade Phosphor beast had become more and more extraordinary. He directly dragged the Jade Phosphorus beast to the bottom of the deep sea. Although the Jade Phosphorus beast was also a water attribute monster beast, how could it compare to him? Once he entered the deep sea, the Jade Phosphorus beast would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It could only become his rations. At this time, the Jade Phosphor beast was constantly struggling. Obviously, it had also realized that it was in a bad situation. His strength was originally above that of the sea-rending demonic snake. In the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. After all, his master was a powerful Four Essences sovereign. After becoming a monster pet, the master's strength had a lot to do with himself. Therefore, at the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was almost beaten black and blue by him. As a result, the two powerful monsters quickly entered the deep sea. However, after entering the deep sea, the sea-rending demonic snake finally launched a counterattack. In the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was indeed no match for the Jade Phosphorus beast. However, its strength was not so weak. At that time, it had swallowed its pride just for this moment. In the face of the sea-rending demonic snake's desperate counterattack, the Jade Phosphorus beast was instantly suppressed. This was the deep sea, and the strong water pressure brought a lot of trouble to the Jade Phosphorus beast. Mu Tianqing looked at Bai Tianqing and said calmly, "Bai Tianqing, you can't do it anymore." She had everything in her hands. At this time, Bai Tianqing was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. At this time, he remembered that his opponent was the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Although Mu Tianqing's terrifying strength was not all from her own cultivation, she was an extremely terrifying genius herself. Even if their realms were now the same, and he even had some advantages. However, when it came to fighting, he was still no match for Mu Tianqing. If his Jade Phosphorus beast was here, the current situation might not have reached such a state. However, he was too careless at the beginning, and he actually let the Jade Phosphorus beast leave directly. At this time, he was completely suppressed. On the other side, Ghost Dragon, who was fighting with the Frenzied Blade Venerable, was in an even more miserable state. His Ghost Dragon was directly suppressed by the Oriole. The power of thunder and lightning controlled by the Oriole was very terrifying, and it was almost natural to restrain the Ghost Dragon. Therefore, at this time, he was like Bai Tianqing, without his partner. On the other hand, the Frenzied Blade Venerable had always been known for his violence and unrestrained. He was a complete madman. In a battle with him, if he took the initiative, he would have almost no advantage. After all, this guy would fight with his life on the line even when there was no hope. The name Frenzied Blade was not given for nothing. At this time, he really hoped that someone could come to help him. Unfortunately, when he scanned his surroundings, he found that almost everyone on his side had died. Bai Tianqing, who was also in the Four Origin realm like him, was also being suppressed at this time. As for the others, they had already started to die at this time. At this time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He clearly understood that if this continued, he would only be in a worse situation. After all, if his people died, it meant that the people on the other side would be free. Now, he could not even deal with one of them, let alone several of them. At this time, a huge force was constantly operating in the sky. Lord Yan Shao was also in a very bad situation at this time. Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect was an extremely terrifying figure. Although he was not the current fire god of the Blazing Flame sect, everyone knew how powerful he was. As a Tao master, he had terrifying power. At this time, his flames were constantly sweeping, and this part of the sky was almost completely surrounded by the power of the flames. Of course, if he was alone, Yan Shao would definitely not be in such a difficult situation. He would even be very calm and at ease and directly counterattack. But the problem was that his opponent was definitely not Qiu Zifan alone. The one who really made him feel troubled was Xingchuan, who had not stepped into the Tao Master realm. This guy was his demon when he was young, and he was still the same now. He was really too powerful. He had not reached the Tao Master realm and had not undergone the Tao Mark baptism. But the lethality of each of his sword strikes was so terrifying. A casual swing of his sword contained extremely terrifying destructive power. That kind of power could cut through the void. This time, Qiu Zifan actually didn't participate in the battle. The only thing he did was to prevent Yan Shao from leaving the battlefield. Xingchuan had pieced together his strength and injured Yan Shao. This was an extremely difficult battle. After so many years, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. As one of the vice sect masters of the Limitless Demon sect, he was in such a difficult situation. Yan Shao, what's wrong? Why don't you fight me head-on? Could it be that you're already feeling afraid? You're a Tao master, and I'm just a 5 Origin realm venerable. Xingchuan mocked him. While these big shots were fighting, the situation of the small fries had naturally changed. This time, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Wang Baichuan directly joined the battle, followed by Feng Yuhai. At this time, the Dragon Realm Venerables of the Limitless Demon sect were once again impacted. Even a powerhouse of the 7 Dragons realm was in a very miserable state. Then Feng Yuhai directly joined the battle. At this time, both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were filled with anger. This was because they realized that their strength was too far away from Su Yan's. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they were extremely eager to fight. Originally, it was just a plan that Su Yan had come up with on the spur of the moment. But now, it had developed to such an extent. This sea had completely turned into an ocean of war. Beside the sea, there was a tall and handsome man. He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a slight smile on his face. He softly said, "What a beautiful sky. A world filled with the flames of war is a beautiful world." The Limitless Demon sect, there was a figure behind him. It was Hydralisk. Compared to before, Hydralisk's aura had become even deeper. His entire person had almost merged into this world. Formless and traceless. This was a realm that he had dreamed of. His body and even his aura had become one with this world. This feeling was really good. Since he was Hydralisk, the person in front of him was naturally Duan Mulonghu. This was the crown prince of the Limitless Demon sect from thousands of years ago. After the last ruin, he had directly disappeared. At this time, he finally appeared again. At this time, his aura had become so deep that it was like the sea in front of him. Chapter 746. Female Literature, for Duan Mulonghu, this was a big show. This vast sea was a big stage, and he was the only audience. He didn't know when he appeared here, but he seemed to have seen all the previous battles. Hydralisk, did you see that? Our friend has become so powerful. Duan Mulonghu said. Hydralisk understood that he was talking about Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan had become very powerful. At first, he thought that he could easily defeat Su Yan. However, it was only now that he realized that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ghost-face Su Yan didn't appear for long. Besides Wang Baichuan, no one else seemed to have seen Su Yan like this. Therefore, they agreed to keep this matter a secret and not leak it out. But they didn't know that Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk had seen everything. He was a bystander here, and he was watching everything. Ghost-face Su Yan's strength shocked Hydralisk. Of course, Duan Mulonghu was the same. Although from the very beginning, he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent and highly recognized Su Yan's potential, Su Yan's strength was still very weak. But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. However, Duan Mulonghu was an extremely proud person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Su Yan had become extremely powerful, and Ghost-face Su Yan had even reached the Venerable Realm, he still didn't put it in his heart. He was a determined powerhouse. A person like him had absolute confidence in himself, and he would never let anything affect him. So what if Su Yan was strong? He would be defeated by him sooner or later. At this time, Hydralisk suddenly said, Su Yan's previous state was really strange. Master, should we announce this matter? Hydralisk wasn't a stupid person, on the contrary, he was very smart. He understood what it meant if Su Yan's previous performance was announced. It was likely that all the experts would have a strong interest in Su Yan. How could Su Yan be so strong? He was actually able to kill 2 venerables with his own strength? Even if those powerhouses didn't believe it, as long as they had doubts in their hearts, it was enough. This was definitely a huge threat to Su Yan. But at this time, Duan Mulonghu said, no, this is not the right time. He is still our ally, his strength is only good for us. After Duan Mulonghu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Let's go. The show is over. This time, the Sublime Flow Sword Sect and the Scorching Flame Sect have done a good job. I'm really surprised. However, after this battle, the world will really be in chaos. Haha, just as he had said, in his opinion, this world full of war and chaos was the most beautiful. Blood was the best dye to paint this world. A world without war was a pool of stagnant water. If he wanted to rise again, then this world must be in chaos. At this time, he didn't say anything, because at this time, he was completely convinced by Duan Mulonghu. He knew how terrifying Duan Mulonghu was. He had the strength of a dragon, and the wisdom of a fox. He was an extremely strong and even terrifying person. Since he had made a plan, then this plan wouldn't fail. He would go to a faraway place. And what he had to do now was to follow behind him. Su Yan's recovery ability was really abnormal, even Meng Yang was dumbfounded. He had suffered such a heavy injury, especially that bowl-sized wound, which contained the power of a venerable. At first, the terrifying energy of the Earth Demon's sword was still constantly destroying Su Yan's body. But at this time, Su Yan's injury actually started to heal. Even with the help of some divine medicine, it wouldn't be so fast. But at this time, Su Yan's condition was right in front of him. My goodness, Su Yan, you're simply an undying monster. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. As the disciple of the frenzied blade venerable, his body was actually very strong and abnormal. But compared to Su Yan, the difference was too big. Previously, he had estimated that if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been dead already. Most likely, he was already dead by now. However, Su Yan had already begun to heal. There was even a ray of light visible to the naked eye at his wound. That ray of light was healing Su Yan's body. Under this kind of power, new flesh grew out from his wounds. At this time, he was bored and walked out of the warship. He looked in the direction of his master. Even though you brag every day, you better not die this time around. At this time, Meng Yang suddenly felt that he was too weak. At this moment, he suddenly had the determination to cultivate properly. This time, it wasn't just talk, but real motivation. His master was fighting with a powerhouse. Big Sister Mu, whom he liked, was also fighting. Meng Yang couldn't interfere in the battle between the two. Even when Su Yan was fighting to the death, he could only watch from the side. He watched as Su Yan faced off against the power of the powerful venerables. Then, he watched as Su Yan turned into a ghost face under the pressure of Yan's song. Then, Su Yan killed the two venerables before falling unconscious. During this series of events, he could only be a bystander. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his good friends suffer like this, but he couldn't do anything. This time, I must cultivate properly. I must. At this time, the battle in the sky gradually stopped. Everything seemed to have calmed down. This time, the devil sect fled in defeat. Hee, Ghost Dragon won. This time, you're going to become a dead ghost. Ha ha ha. The frenzied Blade Venerable had completely gone crazy at this time. Similar to Wang Baichuan's cold state, the frenzied Blade Venerable also had his own extreme state. When his fighting spirit burned to the extreme, he would directly go berserk. After going berserk, whether it was strength or speed, it would directly increase at this moment. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he would almost directly shut off his sense of pain. He could almost directly ignore the damage his enemy's attacks caused him. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. For anyone, facing such an enemy was an extremely troublesome matter. Ghost Dragon had been in the Four Origin realm for a long time. He was extremely powerful. The frenzied Blade Venerable hadn't broken through to the Four Origin realm for a long time. Logically speaking, Ghost Dragon should have the upper hand no matter what. Unfortunately, the frenzied Blade Venerable couldn't be viewed with common sense. He was just too powerful. At this time, the power he possessed was almost unimaginable. He was a powerful madman from head to toe. Each of his blade strikes posed a tremendous threat to the Four Essence Demonic Sect Venerable. Ghost Dragon clearly knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the frenzied Blade Venerable today. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the determination to fight to the death. He knew very well that only by living could he have everything. If he died in battle, everything would be gone. At this time, he directly contacted his Ghost Dragon with his mind and issued an order, wanting his Ghost Dragon to leave. However, when he transmitted his consciousness over, he only received a very weak response. Such a performance simply gave him a huge shock. This meant that his Ghost Dragon was in a very bad state. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, his Ghost Dragon should clearly be stronger than the Yellow Sparrow. Even if it was innately restrained by the Yellow Sparrow, its cultivation realm was still there. Why did the battle fall to such a state? At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable slashed down again. The terrifying blade constantly vibrated in the sky. The powerful force almost tore Ghost Dragon Ying's mind apart. The frenzied Blade Venerable said arrogantly, "Hee, you old fart. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. Looks like you're really tired of living." The frenzied Blade Venerable's mocking smile made him feel very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The Ghost Dragon was his beast pet after all. It was also a part of his power. He absolutely couldn't watch the Ghost Dragon die. Therefore, he finally disregarded everything and directly rushed into the sky. The frenzied Blade Venerable said, "Our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable naturally couldn't let his prey escape. He directly followed Ghost Dragoning into the sky. High in the sky, strong winds were constantly blowing. Two extremely terrifying beasts were constantly fighting. One of the giant beasts had the body of a dragon. This was naturally the Ghost Dragon. His opponent was the Yellow Sparrow, Su Yan's Yellow Sparrow. The battle between the two was so cruel. At this moment, the ghost dragon's body was extremely miserable. Thunderbolts were still flickering on the surface of his body. It was the yellow sparrow's power, which was constantly eroding his body. Of course, the yellow sparrow was also extremely miserable at this time. There was a hideous wound on one of its huge wings. There were also countless bloodstains on its body. Chapter 747. Female literature. The danger of a fight between formidable beasts was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for two humongous creatures to be unscathed as they fought in the boundless sky. The spectral dragon was severely injured, so the Oriole was not much better off. Nevertheless, the Oriole took the initiative at this moment. The higher the sky, the more powerful it was. In such a place, apart from true dragons, there were too few races that could contend with the Oriole. The spectral dragon was indeed a formidable creature, but just like how the jade phosphorus beast could not contend with the sea-splitting demonic snake in the deep sea, it could not do the same in such a sky. As the two fought, the strong wind in the sky became extremely terrifying. It was like a meat grinder. Ordinary creatures dared not approach this place at all. Otherwise, once they got close to this place, only death would await them. However, right at this moment, a figure charged straight towards this place. It was the spectral dragon. After sensing the crisis of his demonic pet, he immediately made a decision. He actually charged into the sky at the cost of taking a hit from the furious saber venerable one. Needless to say, he did not only do this because he loved his demonic pet, although it was also a part of it. He had analyzed that if he only relied on his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape the furious saber venerable one's pursuit. This was because the furious saber venerable one's saber was fast and powerful enough. He could pull away from the furious saber venerable one in a short time. But at this time, as time passed, he would definitely be caught up. The only way to truly escape the furious saber venerable one's pursuit was the spectral dragon. The significance of a demonic pet was not that there was an additional demonic beast. If the demonic pet and its master cooperated well, the strength that it could unleash would definitely be terrifying. If both of them fought together, as long as they cooperated well enough, their strength could be unleashed to an extremely powerful extent. By then, not to mention escaping successfully, the spectral dragon even had the thought of killing the furious saber venerable one. Therefore, at this time, he rushed into the sky without any regard for anything else. His only chance to turn the tables now was the spectral dragon. At this moment, he released all of his power, which was almost a suicidal method. Therefore, even the furious saber venerable one could not catch up to him during this period. At this moment, the frenzied blade venerable suddenly understood his purpose. Damn thing, are you trying to escape? How can I let you escape, you damned guy? Even if he was fearless, he still didn't want to implicate Su Yan, that Oriole. Thus, he immediately pushed his speed to its limit. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. The two of them were at the same cultivation level. Although his strength suppressed the other party, it was impossible for him to completely suppress the other party. Therefore, he was unable to catch up to the Oriole at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragoning laughed. Hee hee, you want to stop me? No, it's already too late for you. I will definitely kill that Oriole. After that, if possible, I will definitely kill you as well. And that precious disciple of yours will also die. Gue Longing deliberately said those words. He wanted to make the wild blade venerable angry. A battle at their level was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of mentality. At this moment, if the frenzied blade venerable's heart was in turmoil, be it anger or strong murderous intent, it would be a rare opportunity for him. Of course, he didn't know if the frenzied blade venerable would be infuriated by his words, but he was willing to try as long as there was a chance. After all, he didn't know if some things would succeed after doing them, but if he didn't do them, they wouldn't succeed for sure. Soon enough, he penetrated through layers of strong winds. At this moment, he also saw his demonic pet. The moment he saw his ghost dragon covered in injuries, his heart was filled with anger. It was his demonic pet, but it was in such a miserable state at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon roared in excitement. He sensed the arrival of his master. If he and his master joined forces, they could definitely kill the Oriole directly. He, damned beast. I'll take your life today. The Oriole's bloodline was extremely powerful. If Ghost Dragon could devour the Oriole directly after killing it, it would be greatly beneficial for his evolution. However, the frenzied Blade Venerable was behind him at this moment, so he didn't seem to have such an opportunity. But it didn't matter. Although it was a pity, it was a good thing to be able to kill the Oriole. Moreover, if he was fast enough, it would be great if he could retrieve the demon core from the Oriole's body. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed, and a pitch-black force enveloped the Oriole. The battle between the Oriole and Ghost Dragon had entered a critical period. At this moment, both the Oriole and the dragon were exhausted to the extreme. And at this moment, Ghost Dragoning almost didn't have the strength to resist Ghost Dragon Ying's attack. Boom! Ghost Dragon Wind's attack directly hit the Oriole. This caused the Oriole's body to tremble. Even though it tried its best to flap its wings, it couldn't help but fall down. His body fell downwards, which meant that he couldn't even control his own body. Ghost Dragoning, how dare you! At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable's voice sounded directly. His tone was full of anger. But how could Ghost Dragoning care? As long as he killed the Oriole, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Frenzied Blade, you idiot. Don't you know whether I dare to or not? Ha, you really don't want this Oriole to die, right? But I'm going to kill it right in front of you. At this time, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. His power continued to revolve. Such a terrifying power continued to revolve. Obviously, he was going to attack the Oriole again. At this time, the Oriole was in extreme pain. It was already injured to begin with, and the attack from Gue Longying earlier was even more unbearable for it. It only felt like it was going to die in the next moment. At this point, he had nowhere else to go. If it wasn't injured, it could naturally use its terrifying speed to avoid this attack. But now, its wings were extremely heavy. At this moment, he couldn't even stabilize his body. At this moment, he let out a cry of despair. It was at this moment that his emotions were directly transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the mysterious existence. Su Yan's physical body was almost recovered. His injuries were gradually stabilizing. As long as there was a little more time, Su Yan would be able to wake up. This made Meng Yang heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, Meng Yang began his cultivation. Since he had already made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he wouldn't give up any time. He, Meng Yang, was a man of his word. At this time, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a connection between the demon pet and its master. At this time, the Oriole's despair was transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the blood essence of the demonic beast's heart in Su Yan's body began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan was actually enveloped by a layer of blood light. Oriole. At this moment, the demon blood was activated. The Supreme Sword Soul and his sea of consciousness actually burst out with endless light. The radiance that seeped out of his body gave Meng Yang a shock. Damn, Su Yan, you're a zombie. Previously, Su Yan looked like he was on the verge of death. But at this time, he actually burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Meng Yang at this time. He just said, "Wait for me to come back." At this time, a terrifying divine sword appeared in front of him. It was the Godslayer sword. Previously, the Godslayer sword wanted to invade Su Yan's sea of consciousness and then make Su Yan its scabbard. But at this time, it actually appeared and was used by Su Yan. It turned out that at the moment when Su Yan sensed the danger of the Oriole, he directly communicated with the Godslayer sword with the Supreme Sword Soul. He wanted to borrow the power of the Godslayer sword to directly tear space and then go to the Oriole's side. Even a Tao master would find it difficult to tear space apart. Only a venerable sovereign had the ability to easily tear space apart. But Su Yan knew that the Godslayer's sword would definitely be able to do it. One must know that when he fought with the evil sword Cold Jade last time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. So, he believed that the Godslayer's sword would definitely be able to do it. Everything had a price. The Godslayer's sword didn't treat Su Yan as its master. Its will was above everything. It agreed to help because Su Yan passed his will to it through the Supreme Sword Soul, to become the scabbard. Su Yan agreed to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Using one's own body as the scabbard was a very terrifying thing. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to use Shuexingchuan as the scabbard. Shuexingchuan was sealed for more than 10 years because of this. Later, the evil sword Cold Jade's eyes fell on Su Yan. But at that time, Su Yan directly released the Godslayer sword from the seal of the Red Fire Sword case, and thus escaped the disaster. But at this time, he actually agreed to it willingly. Because, now, he wanted to be the Oriole. Although they were only demon pets, Su Yan would never give them up so easily. At this time, the space crack appeared, and Su Yan directly entered it without hesitation. With a flash of light, Su Yan directly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Meng Yang looked at all this and was even more shocked. Damn it, it's tearing space. This guy, how many hidden cards does he have? Chapter 748. Female literature. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many more tricks did Su Yan have up his sleeves that he was unaware of? Isn't this guy hiding a little too many things? Just what level had his strength reached? He could actually tear space apart. However, he could vaguely guess that this had a lot to do with that strange sword. After all, he had never seen that sword before today. Gui Longying's attack finally erupted. At the same time, he had already reunited with Gui Longying. After reuniting with Gui Longying, the two powers began to merge. This made his attack even more terrifying. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the Oriole with this attack. Just as he had said, the frenzied blade Venerable couldn't do anything at this moment. The only thing he could do was to admire how Gui Longying had killed the Oriole. As for the frenzied blade Venerable's anger, Gui Longying didn't care about it at all. After all, he had already reunited with his beast pet. With the help of Gui Longying's speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Of course, he hadn't thought of fighting the frenzied blade Venerable to the death yet. After all, that wasn't his style. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred at this moment. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the Oriole. It was as if glass had been shattered. Then, a sword appeared out of thin air. Gui Longying frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's going on? What's happening? Even he couldn't react at this moment. But then, he immediately saw a person emerge from the crack. He immediately cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? This is a space-tearing technique." At this moment, he was really terrified to the extreme. One had to know that tearing space was a powerful technique that only sovereigns could use. Sovereigns that could frighten 7 essences sovereigns were mythical existences. Although he was currently at the 4 essences realm, he clearly knew how huge the gap between him and a sovereign's was. A sovereign's wouldn't need to expend much energy to kill him. However, he didn't understand why a sovereign's would descend at this time. However, he soon got a clear look at the person who appeared. It's not an overlord, it's you, brat. At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. Previously, he had seen Su Yan, so at this time, he directly called out Su Yan. It turned out that the one who appeared this time was not an ancestor, but a dragon realm brat. He stared at Su Yan and said directly, "How could you tear space? How did you do it?" That's not right. It's that sword. I understand now. There's something strange about that sword. Ghost Dragon Ying's eyes were extremely sharp. Almost at the first moment, he had already seen how terrifying the sword in Su Yan's hand was. It was also because of this that his greed immediately emerged. As a 4-origin venerable, his battle prowess was already extremely formidable. However, if he could obtain that terrifying and mysterious sword, his strength would immediately increase. By then, why would he be afraid? The frenzied Saber Highness could just kill him straight away. Therefore, at this time, his greed had reached an extremely high level. Humph, a brat like you won't be able to control such a divine sword. Let me take care of it for you. He directly stretched out his hand. A huge black shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a terrifying palm formed by the condensation of his power. It possessed extremely terrifying power. At this time, a powerful light directly enveloped Su Yan. If it was the frenzied Saber Highness, he naturally wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. What was such a person in his eyes? These so-called young geniuses were nothing more than trash before they grew up. Moreover, being able to kill such a person was something to be happy about. The spatial crack behind Su Yan disappeared, and he stood in front of Yellow Sparrow. At this time, his gaze was so cold that it was almost the same as that of ghost-face Su Yan. At this time, he directly raised the sword in his hand gently. His movements were so slow that it was as if he was a child lifting heavy steel. However, at this time, Yellow Sparrow let out an extremely uneasy sound. It was a kind of fear, a kind of fear. However, it wasn't afraid of Ghostface's attack. It was afraid of the sword in Su Yan's hand. In this space, he felt an extremely terrifying power. The degree of the power was so terrifying that even he couldn't come into contact with it. Moreover, he had experienced this terrifying power before. Back then, when the 4 great demonic beasts appeared, all of them wanted to devour Su Yan. Later on, even the Evil Eye Tyrant appeared. However, at that time, Su Yan finally took out the sword. The appearance of such a terrifying divine sword made them unable to breathe. In the end, they had no choice but to give their heart's essence and blood to Su Yan. Although it wasn't long back then, the respect they had for the sword was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yellow Sparrow originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to appear at this time. Moreover, he was holding the extremely terrifying divine sword in his hand. When he saw Su Yan, he already knew that he would be able to turn the situation around this time. However, the respect he had for the Godslayer sword still made him tremble continuously. Gui Longying's attack finally arrived in front of Su Yan. At the next moment, it engulfed Su Yan entirely. The enormous black power drowned Su Yan's body. Yu Longying cruelly smiled, and here I thought you were something special. So it turns out that you can't even withstand a single blow. However, I'll be taking your sword, ha ha ha. Ah. His laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. In the end, it turned into an extremely terrified sound. At this moment, his body even began to tremble. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the midst of his enormous power. The plain and cold trace was so inconspicuous at the beginning. However, in the next moment, the trace tore everything apart. The power of his attack dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a sword mark. The sword mark was so arrogant that it was as if everything in this world would be vulnerable in front of it. At this moment, Ghostface felt that his life was like a candlelight in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Go quickly. He was really afraid when he saw this. He immediately urged the ghost dragon to leave as soon as possible. However, how could he escape at this time? The spectral dragon's speed was indeed fast, but how could it compare to Su Yan's sword light? The difference was too great. The sword light flashed, and it was already not far behind him. Although it had not come into contact with this sword chi, that terrifying power had already torn his clothes, causing countless wounds to appear on his back. There was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this moment, he was about to collapse. Under the threat of death, he made a decision. Block him, you stupid idiot, block him for me. At this time, he actually directly used his own demon pet as his shield. Poor Ghostface. The master that he had trusted so much earlier had actually abandoned him at this moment. Don't blame me. You're just my demon pet. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through Ghostface's heart. Was he reluctant? Of course he would. This Ghostface had been with him for decades. He was his best friend. But so what? Weren't friends used to be sold? For the sake of his own life, what was the sacrifice of a ghost dragon? As long as he could continue to live, then all of this would be worth it. The sword attack that Su Yan had unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though Gue Long was extremely powerful, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from this sword attack. His huge body was directly torn apart in front of such a powerful sword momentum. It was like a rag that was instantly shattered. Seeing his demon pet die, Ghostface's heart trembled violently. However, he was a ruthless person after all. He deeply understood that this was not the time for him to continue staying. That brat was too terrifying. He had to leave immediately. Moreover, the further the better. Without Ghostface's help, he would be in much greater danger. Even if he could escape this moment, he would still be pursued by frenzied Saber Venerable. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not intend to let him go. You can't escape. He took a step forward. This simple step shattered the space once again. At the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Gue Longying. How strange was that? Gue Longying immediately stopped his body. At this moment, he looked at this young man. He was really afraid. This expressionless young man was simply a devil. His strength was too terrifying. Was he really a person in the dragon realm? No, it was that sword. That's a divine sword. No matter how powerful a holy sword was, it was impossible for it to reach such a level. Then, there was only one possibility. This sword was a divine sword. Go to hell. Su Yan did not give him a chance to say too much. After all, this was not his own strength, but the Godslayer sword's. He used the condition of himself becoming the scabbard to use the power of the Godslayer sword. However, this kind of time could not be too long. Otherwise, under the impact of the Godslayer sword's power, he might even be torn to death. Die. This was the final judgment for Ghostface. Chapter 749. Female Literature. When the frenzied Blade Venerable arrived, he was in time to see the last scene. Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan with a single sword strike and was cut in half. How unbelievable was this? As Meng Yang's master, he naturally knew Su Yan. Last time, they had even killed a venerable from the Limitless Demon sect together. He had a very high opinion of Su Yan. His talent was outstanding. He was young, but his realm was not low. Moreover, his combat strength was strong. More importantly, his mind was very calm, and he was also very tenacious. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from him was already very impressive. However, he never thought that Su Yan would be able to kill Ghost Dragoning. He still saw the scene before Ghost Dragoning died in his heart. This deeply shocked his heart. Even for him, it would not be so easy to kill Ghost Dragoning. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly moved towards Su Yan's body. When the frenzied Blade Venerable saw this, his entire body jumped. That's a divine sword. A divine sword in a scabbard. He was immediately alarmed. The Godslayer sword was clearly going to enter Su Yan's body at this moment. A powerhouse like him knew a lot of things. He deeply understood how tragic it would be if a person became a scabbard. As a senior, he could not watch Su Yan do this no matter what. Therefore, after the initial shock, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the sword and prevent it from entering Su Yan's body. However, just as his palm approached, an extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed over. Facing this sword chi, even the powerful frenzied Blade Venerable had no choice but to retreat. What a terrifying sword chi, what a terrifying divine sword. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan despite his realm. It was true that Su Yan was powerful, but the true power was this divine sword. Su Yan. There was nothing the frenzied saber venerable one could do. He could only watch as the Godslayer's sword pierced Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's face was pale. However, he said to the frenzied blade venerable, "Senior, don't worry. I'm fine." His smile was so forced. It was obvious that he was in great pain. At this time, the oriole that felt its master's pain directly flew towards Su Yan. The oriole approached Su Yan's body and let Su Yan stand on its back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense that Su Yan had paid a huge price for him. From this moment onwards, he finally and wholeheartedly followed Su Yan, determined to become Su Yan's demon pet. For the sake of his own life, Ghost Dragon directly used his demon pet Ghost Dragon as a shield. And Su Yan, for his sake, did not hesitate to pay such a huge price. A demon beast like the oriole also had extremely high intelligence. At this time, he was truly moved. "Sigh, Su Yan, you need to know that becoming a scabbard is like carrying an unbreakable curse. Perhaps, you will not die a good death." The frenzied blade venerable one's expression was very solemn. Su Yan said, "Senior, this is my own choice. However, I ask Senior to help me keep it a secret." Su Yan said very calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. One had to know that if the news of him becoming a scabbard was known, then he would be in great trouble. How great was the temptation of a divine sword! When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it directly set up a trap. At that time, even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction and the sect master of the Divine Winds sect had arrived. At this time, the news of Su Yan becoming a scabbard was leaked. Then, he would immediately become everyone's target. One had to know that there were only the 10 great divine swords in the entire Jianghu continent. Moreover, at least 4 of the divine swords were already in a broken state and were not complete. When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it had attracted a lot of attention. After all, the frenzied blade venerable one was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "You little brat, do you understand that if I used a sword instead of a blade, I would have already made my move? However, don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course, you must also remember this. You must not reveal it in front of others." Su Yan knew that this senior was thinking for him. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Su Yan is not a stupid person. Of course, I know the importance of this matter." In fact, Su Yan was already sighing in his heart. He had too many secrets. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Today, the frenzied blade venerable one was here. He would keep it a secret for him, but what about another day? Sooner or later, his secret would be exposed. Moreover, he might not be ready to deal with everything by then. No matter what, he would not shrink back. He was still not powerful enough at the moment. If he could become as powerful as Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so what if everyone knew that he had a divine sword? Would anyone dare to plot against him? At the end of the day, everything in this world was built on one strength. Only those who were truly powerful could live freely in this world without being restrained. Su Yan understood this very well. The frenzied blade venerable one did not say anything else. He knew that the young fellow had his own thoughts, and many things did not need to be repeated, especially for someone like Su Yan. He naturally had his own mind and judgment. After all, not everyone was as brainless as his disciple. Nevertheless, he began to have a headache when he mentioned his disciple. If that lazy fella could be more diligent, his cultivation base would not be like this. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous boy. However, he did not know that after this incident, Meng Yang had begun to make up his mind to cultivate hard. The oriole carried Su Yan directly toward the warship. On the other hand, in the deep sea, the sea-splitting demonic snake finally killed the jade phosphorus beast and began to devour its body. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once devoured a void beast, and its strength had become extremely powerful and terrifying. If it devoured the jade phosphorus beast this time, its bloodline would become even more powerful. Su Yan, who had received this news, was relieved. Whether it was the Oriole or the sea-splitting demonic snake, since they had become his demon pets, he would not give them up. In order to catch the Oriole, he even chose to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. At this time, he had completely calmed down. He remembered clearly that the second elder of the boundless demon sex ghost-killing hall, Ghost Fork, had become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. After becoming the scabbard, all his will was the will of the evil sword Cold Jade. What a terrifying thing this was. Now, what he was most afraid of was that he would be like Ghost Fork and forget himself in the end. This was not the ending he wanted. However, although the Godslayer sword had entered his body at this time, his will did not change because of it. Su Yan understood that this must be related to the regal sword soul in his body. The magical regal sword codex had brought him to this world, and at the same time, it had allowed him to survive one crisis after another. Su Yan had always believed that everything in this world had its own unique meaning and mission. Even a blade of grass was like this, and the regal sword codex was so powerful, so it was even more so. It was just that until now, Su Yan still did not know the meaning of the regal sword soul's existence. However, it did not matter. As long as he did not die, as long as he could live, he would know sooner or later. The Oriole fell directly from the sky, and then staggered into the warship. At this time, there was one more person on the warship, and that was Mu Tianxing. Bai Tianxing was defeated by her in the end. However, Bai Tianxing was, after all, a member of the royal sect, and Mu Tianxing's strength had reached its limit. If she wanted to kill him, Mu Tianxing would have to pay a certain price, so she gave up in the end and let Bai Tianxing go. However, although Bai Tianxing survived, he was in a miserable state. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mu Tianxing. More importantly, his monster pet, the jade phosphorus beast, was directly killed and devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. To him, this was an extremely huge blow. The jade phosphorus beast was extremely important to him. The jade phosphorus beast was inseparable from the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level. But now, the jade phosphorus beast had died in an incomparably miserable way. Everything had been devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan landed on the warship and immediately half-knelt on the deck. His body was too heavy. After all, the power of the Godslayer sword was too terrifying. This powerful pressure was almost more terrifying than his 3 hearts releasing at the same time. He directly ordered the Oriole to leave by himself and heal himself carefully. Of course, he also gave the demonic core of the ghost dragon to the Oriole. Although he couldn't devour the ghost dragon's entire body, he still obtained the most important demon core. The Oriole had narrowly escaped death this time, but once he could digest what he obtained this time, his strength would increase even more. Although the benefits he obtained could not be compared to the sea-splitting demonic snake, it was still extremely great. Seeing Su Yan in such a state, Mu Tianxing directly came over. Su Yan, are you okay? At this time, Meng Yang also ran over and said directly, that's great. You're actually still alive. Su Yan took a deep breath to stabilize his condition. However, at this time, he suddenly said, there seems to be one person missing on the warship. Where's Fang Yueshan? Chapter 750. Female Literature, Where's Fang Yueshan? Su Yan asked again. At this time, Meng Yang said, he was taken away by Rosen. Meng Yang didn't know Fang Yueshan at all, and Fang Yueshan himself was a member of the Devil's Doctrine, so he didn't care much about Fang Yueshan. Therefore, when Rosen wanted to take him away, he was almost too lazy to stop him. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just a dog-eat-dog matter, and it had nothing to do with him, Rosen. But he didn't expect that Su Yan would be so concerned about this matter. Hearing that he was taken away by Rosen, Su Yan frowned tightly. He promised Fang Yueshan to protect his safety. However, not long after he finished speaking, he was directly taken away. Although this matter was definitely not Su Yan's fault. After all, at that time, he fell into a coma and couldn't protect himself. Moreover, he also understood the thoughts of Meng Yang and the others at that time. Rosen, what is this guy going to do? He pondered for a while, and finally said, "No, I promised to protect Fang Yueshan, so I absolutely can't let him be taken away by Rosen. No matter what, I have to try to save him." Su Yan's tone was calm, but it was extremely firm. Meng Yang knew that since Su Yan said so, he would never change his mind. Of course, at this time, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. "Well, you have a good rest first. When your injury is better, we'll go save him together." At this time, Mu Tianxing also said, "Su Yan, since Rosen didn't kill Fang Yueshan on the spot, it means that he needs Fang Yueshan, so I think Fang Yueshan will be fine for a while." Meng Yang continued, "That's right, I don't think that Luosen would have the guts to do such a thing. Not to mention, your body is so abnormal, you won't be able to recover for long. With your current appearance, you can't even walk properly, so how can you save people?" At this time, Su Yan sighed. He naturally understood that these two people were right, and he could only do so at this time. "Don't worry, I understand. I won't be reckless." He also knew his own situation. At this time, his body was still in a mess. When the three hearts were beating at their peak, the sudden appearance of ghost-face Su Yan, as well as the god-punishing sword that had already entered his body, was a huge problem for him. Now, he had to immediately understand his own situation. Of course, he didn't have any fighting strength at the moment. Just as Meng Yang said, if he went to look for Rosen at this time, let alone whether he could find him, even if Rosen was standing in front of him, so what? How could he be a match for Rosen at this time? That guy probably didn't even need to lift a hand to kill him. "Okay, Meng Yang, help me. I want to go back and sleep," Su Yan said. At this time, he was really sleepy. It was a kind of fatigue that came from the depths of his mind. As soon as this fatigue appeared, it immediately made his entire body feel extremely fatigued. Previously, he was holding on with all his strength. However, when this strength dissipated, his entire person was dispirited in an instant. Rosen carried Fang Yueshan and kept moving forward. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. "Hee, Fang Yueshan, I really didn't expect that you would be Fang Wuhui's descendant. How could someone like you be Fang Wuhui's descendant?" he said softly. Although he was asking, he obviously didn't intend to pay attention to Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan was almost unknown in the demon sect. His cultivation wasn't strong, and he didn't have any courage. He just guarded his own worship and lived a quiet life. But if one were to mention the name Fang Wuhui, the entire Limitless Demons sect would probably know him. The Limitless Demons sect had experienced countless years of ups and downs in the 9 provinces. The Demons sect had its glory and naturally had its decline. Around 1,200 years ago, the Limitless Demons sect had already fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was suppressed by the righteous faction. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was so miserable that it almost fell out of the 10 great sects. The righteous faction directly attacked the Limitless Demons sect's mountain gate. If not for the appearance of Fang Wuhui, the Limitless Demons sect would have been eliminated from the 9 provinces by now. Fang Wuhui was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the righteous faction, King Tai. Of course, at that time, he wasn't called Fang Wuhui, but Fang Yulua. At a young age, he had outstanding talent and was a genius of King Tai. Such a genius naturally had to participate in the encirclement of the demon sect. Originally, everything was very normal, but an accident happened to this young man. He fell in love with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect. The two of them fell in love and even had a child of their own. For this woman, Fang Yulua was even prepared to leave King Tai. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was an even more terrifying place. People in the cultivation world were helpless. He was a disciple of King Tai. How could he leave just because he wanted to? King Tai quickly found out about this matter. How could a righteous faction disciple have an illicit relationship with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect? Despite Fang Yulua's protection, King Tai's experts still made a move. His wife was directly beheaded and her corpse was hung at the entrance of the Limitless Demon sect. At that moment, Fang Yuluo's entire person collapsed. King Tai's headmaster gave him a chance to let go of the past and return to the King Tai. After all, he was a first-rate genius. But at this time, how could he accept such a fate? In his anger, he directly killed the elder who had called for him to return to the sect. He swore that as long as it was someone from King Tai, he would kill them on sight. He was a genius to begin with. King Tai's techniques had been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. His wife was the Limitless Demon Sect's holy maiden, so he knew about the Limitless Demon Sect's demonic techniques. Originally, he still remembered his identity as a righteous faction disciple, so he never touched the demonic techniques. However, after his wife's death, he only felt hatred for this world. So, he turned to the demonic path without any scruples. From then on, King Tai's disciple Fang Yuluo no longer existed in this world. Instead, it was the murderous demon Fang Wuhui. He cultivated both the righteous faction and the demonic faction's powerful techniques. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he directly reached the sovereign realm. The powerful King Tai suffered heavy losses under his crazy revenge. It was rumored that this powerful Fang Wuhui even directly killed his way into King Tai's ancestral hall. Of course, in the end, he still fell, and the whereabouts of his descendants were unknown. But it was precisely because of his strong killing that King Tai began to wither. It was said that in the great battle that year, almost dozens of King Tai's venerables fell. Among them, there were 2 sovereigns and 5 holy venerables. Fang Wuhui was definitely a fierce person. Later, it was said that this fierce person did not actually die in King Tai, but escaped from inside. He even brought out one of King Tai's most precious treasures, the Taishian bead. The Taishian bead was a divine artifact. Although it did not have extremely terrifying killing power like the divine sword, its value was above the divine sword. It had endless magical uses. In the past, King Tai was able to suppress all the sects and become the leader of the top 10 sects because of the Taishian bead. In this era, although King Tai was still in the top 10 sects, it was already at the bottom. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might even be kicked out of the top 10 sects. Rosen heard this rumor in the past. Not long ago, he began to search for the Taishian bead, and inadvertently learned that Fang Yueshan was actually a descendant of Fang Wuhui. That was why he directly took action. Since he was a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he must know something about the things left behind by Fang Wuhui. After some investigation, he had already grasped some information. If he could get some information from Fang Yueshan, then he believed that he would not be far from the treasure left behind by the powerful Emperor Realm expert. Fang Yueshan, I advise you to tell me about this matter. You should know that if you don't tell me this news, then you will die a miserable death. Furthermore, I will find out about this news in the end. My ghost-killing hall is best at obtaining information from the mouths of the dead. Rosen directly threatened. What he said was not wrong. The ghost-killing hall had an extremely powerful ability to control the soul. As long as Fang Yueshan knew about this news, then no matter how hard his mouth was, he would still have a way to get information from Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed. Rosen, I know you are a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Many people even think that you will be the second ghost fork. You've always been a swift and decisive person. If you only wanted to know some information, you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with me. However, since you didn't attack my soul at this time, it means that you're afraid of something. Fang Yueshan continued, let me guess, since you already have some clues about Fang Wuhui, then I'm afraid you also know some information. For example, some things are related to my soul, and once my soul is damaged, you will no longer be able to obtain what you want, am I right? At this time, Rosen's expression became even colder, because what Fang Yueshan said was right. This Fang Yueshan actually hit the nail on the head, and directly saw through this matter. This guy was indeed worthy of being a descendant of Fang Wuhui. You are a smart guy. But believe me, if I, Luo-sen, want something, then I will definitely get it. Humph. Chapter 751. Female Literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already understood one thing, that is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fong family. For this secret, the Fong family had been guarding it for generations. Although Fong Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, perhaps Fong Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Fong family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Fong family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Fong Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought, that is, Su Yan will come to save him. After all, Su Yan said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. Hee, Fong Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yan, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yan was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yan was injured at this time. When Meng Yang carried him back, Su Yan was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yan save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo Sen to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo Sen was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yan was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yan woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Fong Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flames sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taihang Sword factions Shuexingchuan and the Blazing Flames sects Qiu Zifan, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo Sen's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo Sen had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yan, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yan feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yan was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword's soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yan didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these 2 guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these 2 guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these 2 guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yan sighed, but he didn't care about these 2 guys anymore. For the current him, these two guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Feng Yueshan. After all, although the two of them were both disciples of the Devil's sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Feng Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the two of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the two of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Feng Yueshan, Su Yan felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yan woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yan directly asked Mu Tianxing, Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there? Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history. Mu Tianxing frowned, and then she said, it seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Feng Wuhui, directly killed their elder there. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Feng Wuhui. Feng Wuhui, Feng Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yan directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Meng Yang originally wanted to follow Su Yan, but in the end, he gave up. Because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yan, he might become a burden to Su Yan. He directly went to find the Frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Meng Yang directly walked over. Then, he said to the Frenzied Blade Venerable, let's go, we should leave here. This time, Meng Yang's voice was very calm, and even a little low. The way he spoke made the Frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. Meng Yang, you little brat, what did you just say? He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Meng Yang, a born joker, speak like this? I said, we should leave. Leave? Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Meng Yang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me. Chapter 752. Female literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world, and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside. And even if they didn't die inside, after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yan had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Fang Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Fang Yueshan's ancestor, Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Fang Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Fang Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Fang Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yan believed that even if Fang Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yan could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Fang Yueshan, it meant that Fang Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Fang Yueshan is smart enough. However, Fang Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hope to rescue Fang Yueshan. The 9 regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yan directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yan began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the three hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghost-Face Su Yan to be born. Su Yan had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghost-Face Su Yan and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yan. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghost-Face Su Yan was not. Ghost-Face Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yan was very sure. When Su Yan flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yan's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yan's, so Su Yan's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave it hope. And Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm. The increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yan directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yan. Powerful master, where do you want to go? The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the Godslayer sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yan said, "You should know about the Dark Abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the Dark Abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal Dark Abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today, there was actually a guest here. This is the Dark Abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Hee, back then, your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fang Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the devil god armor. This devil god armor was bestowed to him by the first elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the first elder. However, when the first elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the first elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the first elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Feng Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Feng Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Feng Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female literature. The abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. "Humph, you think you can scare me with this?" Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the demon god armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the demon god armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Feng Yueshan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. "Get out of my way." Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the devil god armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. "How troublesome," he muttered under his breath. Then, he pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Feng Yueshan and said, "Humph, do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the devil god armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the fiend god armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine demon island again and take that woman out. Then, he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. This kid, I wonder if he died last time. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Feng Yuashan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Feng Yuashan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant. As expected of an elite of the ghost-killing hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from the Shura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yan and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die. He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. Su Yan did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yan directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yan feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yan might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yan did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you are outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yan explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yan was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yan, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily. With that, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yan did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yan. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Oriole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Oriole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. This is a shadow creature. When he was in the Taihang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female literature. As time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures. Just like how they had forgotten about the evil eye tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the eye of truth and the blood dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When the shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. Humph, you're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword Qi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword Qi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword Qi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the scorching sun sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yan continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yan was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yan and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yan had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, it actually passed through Su Yan's sword Qi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his scorching sun sword, but he did not want to withdraw his scorching sun sword. The crimson sword Qi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand, and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over. And it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword Qi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yan even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yan knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then, its severed arms suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back. Hee hee, unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, it was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yan until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yan at all. Su Yan could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yan slashed out with his sword again. At this time, this shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yan directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yan and then shrunk. Su Yan directly sealed this shadow creature into the scarlet sword case because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female literature. Su Yan and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the dark abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yan couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time. Because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yan and Rosen. Su Yan saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing Sword Su Yan. And Rosen saw through his demon god armament, Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yan looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yan had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yan got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yan. Su Yan no longer cared about these thoughts because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yan had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. "You want to bury me? Humph, then you'll be destroyed first." He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, this place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy. Because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. "It's actually spatial turbulence?" Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange and strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool and the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs. It directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a dragon realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a small moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yan firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament, and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756. Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yan encountered a person. The reason why Su Yan used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yan could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yan had long passed this stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space: "You will die, you will die." Originally, it was just a simple sentence, but at this time, Su Yan found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end, he still died. At that time, he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then, he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yan could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this cursed power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul, and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yan discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, the thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yan could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yan feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yan himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that, and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer sword. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yan gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer sword's scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer sword saved his life. Many times, he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil Eye Tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yan took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world: in this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer sword? Su Yan was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yan was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yan also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him. Because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword's sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yan activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yan directly turned into a whirlwind, and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yan had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun's sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yan had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yan firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place, the aura of the Scorching Sun's sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability? Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female literature, perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Feng Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Feng Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Feng Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Feng Yueshan. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Feng Yueshan. That light must have felt Feng Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Feng Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Feng Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Feng Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Feng Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Feng Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Feng Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Feng Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Feng Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way. However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Fang Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Fang Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan, you can't escape. I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Fang Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Fang Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Fang Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time, he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Zhozhou continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the Limitless Demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. Ha ha ha, this damned guy. Huff huff. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment, he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? This damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, as long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you. Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. He's here, he's really here. Good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yan directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yan was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yan. Since Su Yan had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yan came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yan would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yan. He wanted to guide Su Yan here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, he could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the Venerable One's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yan was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yan had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way, not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female literature. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yan walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time, he did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yan was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful saint venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. The terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature, this is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment, he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons' boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Feng Yueshan. This was actually Feng Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Feng Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Feng Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me. The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Feng Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Feng Yueshan, but at this moment, he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Feng Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Feng Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now, I'm here. There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive? Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over. Luo Sen, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female Literature, Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yan, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yan was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yan noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, Su Yan, I still have to thank you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yan cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yan. It's all your fault. These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yan might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. Su Yan, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business. Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the limitless demon sex ghost killing hall was truly unforgivable. Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you. At this moment, Su Yan was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. Su Yan, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser. His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yan. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, his deity-vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity-vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword Qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. It was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally, he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden. Chapter 761. Female literature, that was the purest gold. According to legend, the power of gold only belonged to the gods. The origin of this demon god armament was extraordinary. When the first elder of the ghost-killing hall bestowed this demon god armament to Rosen, he had spent all his energy to forge this divine weapon. However, as Rosen became more and more compatible with this demon god armament, he began to doubt the first elder's words. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably not forged by the first elder, because if he was really powerful to such an extent, he would have already become a supreme god. This demon god armament possessed an extremely mysterious and powerful power. Now, Rosen firmly believed that as long as he could master this power, he would become a god. At this time, he had already merged his cultivation will into it. At this moment, he was pursuing an all-round fusion between himself and this sword. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to make this demon god armament a part of his body. This demon god armament not only had an extremely powerful defensive power, but it could also help its owner directly increase his strength. It also had other unimaginable abilities. And this mad god's heart was an extremely heaven-defying skill that he had recently discovered. When the heart of the mad god was activated, his blood would be completely activated. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. At this time, his strength would directly increase. Moreover, with the demon god armament's enhancement, this kind of increase was even more powerful than crossing a realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly discovered that Rosen's body in front of him had begun to expand, and his entire body was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. At this time, he was simply a battle puppet. Even though there was a distance between them, Su Yan could still feel such a powerful pressure from his body. Although Su Yan had defeated him many times, he had to admit that this guy was indeed an extremely difficult and terrifying opponent. If Su Yan could not kill such a person, he would definitely become a huge problem for him in the future. This time, he was even more determined to kill Rosen. Since Lawson had already started to show his true strength, he naturally couldn't let himself be tied down. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed across his eyes. A powerful aura filled his entire body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly froze because he suddenly realized that his 3 hearts had started beating at the same time. Although it was very faint, he keenly sensed that the 3 hearts were beating at the same frequency. He would never forget this feeling. At that time, when he was fighting against the Venerable One, the pressure he endured had reached its limit, causing these 3 hearts to awaken. When the 3 hearts beat in unison, the terrifying demonic face descended. Compared to the Godslayer sword that slept in his body and used his body as a scabbard, Su Yan was actually more fearful of Grimace. Until now, he still could not fully explain why Ghostface Su Yan was born. He could only guess that it was related to his 3 hearts. The 3 hearts were clearly not related to each other, so he still had no idea why Grimace would be awakened when they beat at the same time. At this moment, although the 3 hearts were only slightly vibrating at the same time, it still caused Su Yan's power to stagnate a little. In the midst of a battle between 2 powerhouses, such a move was no different from courting death. Naturally, a powerhouse like Rosen would not let go of a mistake like Su Yan. At this moment, he directly launched his attack. The violent power was like a whirlwind that directly charged towards Su Yan. The powerful power kept rolling as if it was raining fire from the sky that wanted to destroy the world. At this moment, Rosen was so terrifying, and the demon god armament became even more frenzied under his control. Vaguely, there was even the sound of breathing coming from the demon god armament. At this moment, Su Yan could only passively fight. He already knew that things were not going well the moment he stopped his power. However, there was nothing he could do about it because he was really afraid of Grimace. Su Yan had a hunch that if the frequency of Grimace's appearance increased, it was very likely that Grimace would replace him. This was definitely not something that Su Yan wanted to see happen. Before he could find a good way to truly suppress Grimace or even destroy Grimace, he did not want this monster to appear again. Even if this monster could help him get rid of Rosen as soon as it appeared. Su Yan, it seems like you've really gotten carried away with the previous fight. You actually dared to be distracted while fighting me. You're simply courting death. Rosen was filled with rage towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still behaving like this when they were fighting, which made him even more furious. However, he was secretly delighted in his heart because Su Yan's absent-mindedness had given him an opportunity. One had to know that in a battle of this level, even the slightest mistake could affect the entire battle. Now that Su Yan was at a disadvantage in the battle, it meant that he would be in a passive position in the following battle. It would be extremely difficult for him to turn the situation around. Su Yan clearly understood this point, but he could only think of ways to stabilize himself at this moment. As the saying went, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. If he tried to forcefully turn the situation around at this moment, he would definitely pay the price. He was not afraid that Rosen would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would awaken the demon in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely not act rashly at this moment. If he wanted to obtain the final victory, he could only seek stability. Otherwise, even if he killed Rosen, what was the point of summoning Ghostface and making him disappear from this world? Su Yan, you're at your limit now, aren't you? Your power is limited at the end of the day, so what's the point no matter how great your talent is? Everything is illusory in front of my great power. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. As the saying went, like a wolf in a mountain, proud and arrogant. At this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew that Rosen kept talking in an attempt to anger him to the extreme. Once he was truly angered by Yangming's words and lost his rationality, it would definitely not be a good thing. If that happened, he would be directly swallowed by the violent power. Therefore, no matter what Rosen said, he only pretended not to hear it. Moreover, in this world, nothing could be solved with words. Only the voice of the true victor was meaningful. Therefore, before he became the victor, any words he said were nonsense. That was Su Yan's understanding. As time passed, the battle between the two slowly entered a new stage. The power of the demon god armament was truly terrifying, and the violent power even caused Su Yan to suffer many injuries. However, that was not enough because the power could not directly get rid of Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not suffer any fundamental damage, he would have a chance to turn the tables and win. As time passed, Rosen became angrier and angrier. It was clear that victory was right in front of him. However, the more it was so, the more he could not defeat Su Yan. He was only missing one last chance, but no matter how hard he tried, that last chance did not appear. He had begun to become irritable. Most of the time, there were some things that he could not control. Just like now, he knew that his emotions were very wrong. He also knew that if this continued, not only would he not be able to kill Su Yan directly, but he might even be turned around by Su Yan and lose the initiative in the end. However, at this time, his anger had gradually increased. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan suddenly showed a smile because at this time, his aura had gradually stabilized. The reason why he had to endure such a violent attack and even suffered so many injuries was because he had to focus on stabilizing his aura. He was very clear that if he could not stabilize his aura, he would lose. He would not lose to Rosen, but to himself. And now, his tactic finally had an important effect. At this time, his aura gradually calmed down. The faint resonance between the heart of the great demonic dragon, the heart of the demon god, and the Buddha's heart finally began to dissipate. As long as this kind of connection really dissipated, he could use his power as he pleased. As long as it did not exceed that critical point, he did not need to worry about the ghost face reappearing. At that time, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Many times in a battle, one could not rely on blindly advancing. Instead, one needed to rely on continuous detours. This was Su Yan's method at this time. "Why, Rosen, are you angry that you can't kill me?" Su Yan asked directly. Such an ordinary question was actually nothing, but at this time, this simple question was a fuse that directly ignited Rosen's anger. However, at this time, Rosen was so angry that he laughed, and there was even a hint of pride in his smile. He said directly, "Su Yan, do you know that you have done something wrong? You shouldn't have made me angry." At this moment, endless anger directly soared to the sky. Chapter 762. Female literature. The heart of the mad god was a terrifying skill hidden in the demon god armament. When this skill was activated, the blood of the owner of the demon god armament would be ignited. In such a state, as the owner, he had a fatal weakness, which was that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Therefore, in the battle with Su Yan, Rosen became more and more impatient. However, there were pros and cons to this. There was no need to talk about the cons. What was mentioned earlier was the cons. However, the advantage was the powerful strength it brought. With the support of such a violent aura, his strength would be even more powerful. Because of anger, he would go crazy. The angrier he was, the more powerful his strength would be, and there was no limit to his strength. At this moment, Rosen was like this. Under the state of the heart of the mad god, his aura was like a huge wave that kept sweeping. Such a powerful and terrifying power, even Su Yan felt that it would be tricky to deal with at this moment. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although it was troublesome, it was not hopeless. At this moment, he had already dealt with his own problems. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems. Now that he had settled the internal problems, it was time to go all out. What a powerful strength. In that case, let's have a good fight. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and then a powerful force surged out. Powerful dragon energy overflowed. 6 streams of dragon chi, each of which carried the power of lightning. Under the contrast of lightning, the dragon energy became even more terrifying and violent. At this moment, this world of nothingness seemed to be attracted by his strength. Although this was only an illusion, it was already terrifying enough. At least at this moment, Su Yan's aura was already on par with Rosen's strength. Kill! Rosen said straightforwardly. He charged directly at Su Yan. This time, he was so determined to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan didn't stop either. Instead, he simply charged towards him. The two immediately launched a decisive battle in the tower. The power of the two swept out like a gale. As the power of the two flowed, everything seemed to be hidden. However, at this time, both Rosen and Su Yan were too engrossed in each other's battle. They did not notice that at this time, the tower had changed. The walls of the tower were filled with cracks, but these cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them. Of course, if the two of them weren't immersed in their battle right now, they would definitely notice the change at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The battle between the two did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Around the two of them, there were terrifying whirlwinds, fierce flames, and violent thunderbolts constantly appearing. In terms of strength alone, Rosen had the advantage. His demon god armament was indeed powerful, and from the very beginning, his thoughts were very simple and firm, which was to revolve around the demon god armament. Because of this, his power at this time was so overbearing and full of extremely strong offensive power. At this time, there were countless lights flickering in his eyes. This was a light of destruction. Under the siege of the demon god armament, his body began to gradually deform. Su Yan. After another move, he directly shouted at Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you have also reached your limit. In this case, stop playing around. Let's fight to the end. I will let you know that you are actually nothing. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash." At that moment, his power began to surge wildly. That was because his power was simply too great. Behind him, a strange vortex of power even appeared. The moment this power vortex appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. Just as he said, the battle would eventually end. At this time, he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, his support for the demon god armament had finally reached its limit. Therefore, he wanted to directly determine the winner with the final blow. Moreover, he also felt that it was not only him. At this time, Su Yan also felt the same. He had also reached his limit. Since this was the case, he would directly determine the winner at the last moment. In the face of Rosen's challenge, Su Yan did not retreat or dodge this time. His expression was so solemn. Rosen had used all his strength in this attack, and so did he. After all, Rosen was not an ordinary enemy. His power was really terrifying. With the help of the demon god armament, his strength was simply unimaginable. Among the younger generation, besides the mysterious Tuan Mulonghu, he posed the greatest threat to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to shine with golden light. Golden power, that was the domain of God. The reason why Rosen could use this power was because of the demon god armament. However, Su Yan also used it at this time. Rosen tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still filled with fear and respect for this power. He knew that he had to circulate all of his strength in order to block such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Therefore, he made himself ignore the fact that Su Yan had used the golden power. It was just that he did not know that what Su Yan was circulating was not the legendary divine power at all. It was the regal sword aura. At this moment, the competition of power between him and Rosen had reached an extremely terrifying stage. At this time, he did not dare to use his other powers. This was because it concerned the 3 hearts in his body. Back then, he had introduced the demon god's heart into his body to maintain the balance. After the demon god's heart entered his body, it had indeed made his heart reach the state of a tripartite balance. However, it was a pity that at this moment, for some reason, when these three powers reached a certain limit, they actually reached a strange balance. In the end, this terrifying thing, the ghost face, was produced. This made the current Su Yan not dare to use this power at all. At this time, he could only rely on the power of the Regal Sword Codex. Back then, Su Yan had cultivated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture. The Great Sun sword aura and the Scorching Sun sword complemented each other, and under the coordination of each other, they had an extremely powerful power. However, as time passed, Su Yan's Regal Sword Codex became more and more mature. At this time, the Regal Sword Aura actually directly swallowed the Great Sun-colored glaze sword aura and merged into one. Even the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture's circulation path had been assimilated by the Regal Sword Codex. However, Su Yan did not feel that it was a pity because although the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture was powerful, it was not his foundation. Su Yan's true foundation, his true trump card, was the Regal Sword Codex. To put it bluntly, he could abandon all other powers in this world. Regardless of whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the great sky demon lord, or even the power of the Buddha, he could abandon all of them. However, the Regal Sword Codex was the only power he would not abandon. After all, this was his foundation. It was the foundation of his resurrection in this world. The situation with these three hearts made Su Yan no longer use this power. Therefore, he used the Regal Sword Codex at the moment. Regal Sun-shattering cleave. The sword aura kept spiraling and the endless sword aura formed a scorching sun. The appearance of this scorching sun blocked Rosen's terrifying attack. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes released a cold light. Shatter. At that moment, his sword chi surged, and that huge blazing sun shattered right away. The strongest attack of the Regal Sun-shattering cleave was this attack. Ah! Rosen let out a howl that was even more terrifying than a wild beast's howl. It was obvious that he was enduring incomparable pain at this moment. However, even so, he did not think of retreating at all. Damn it, Su Yan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He kept howling and urging his power with all his might. This was his last attack. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the two people gradually started to come to an end. Rosen was filled with unwillingness. A draw? A draw? Why is this happening? I used all my power and did not hesitate to burn my own blood, but it is still a draw? A draw? No, it can't be. Daybreak Sword. Su Yan's voice was a little weak, but the sword aura in this void had become even more powerful and terrifying. The scorching sun shattered, but it was not over yet. As long as the light did not completely dissipate, there was still dawn. After despair, the daybreak sword was the most terrifying. The appearance of this sword was shocking in this world. The sword aura filled the sky and everything began to wither. This sword was so domineering that it could destroy everything. Rosen's eyes were filled with despair. He lost. This time, he still lost. Gradually, a gray shadow began to appear in his heart. That shadow was like a tentacle that directly wrapped around him. Rosen, die. Su Yan urged the last of the Regal Sword Chi and was ready to kill this enemy. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. At this critical moment, the tower directly erupted with an extremely terrifying and even shocking power. The power condensed and formed a peerless storm. Su Yan and Rosen were directly involved in this storm at this moment and could not control their bodies at all. The storm continued to sweep and actually directly pulled the two of them toward the tower. At this moment, the crack on the tower also directly flashed with light. Chapter 763. Female Literature. The appearance of this crack was as if the void had been torn apart. Su Yan and Rosen were both sucked into the crack at the same time. The whirlwind was still going on, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared. This gale was so terrifying, but he was still as steady as a mountain. Such a violent power could not affect him in the slightest. If Su Yan had not been swept in, he would have realized that this person was Duan Mulonghu, the person he feared the most. Su Yan was able to find this place in the endless darkness because of the guidance of Feng Yueshan's divine sense clone. Rosen was able to come here because he had planted a corpse-eating bug on Feng Yueshan. Both of them had come here in search of Feng Yueshan's tracks. However, this Duan Wulonghu appeared here out of thin air. His appearance showed how powerful he was. He looked at the tall tower and the terrifying whirlwind, then said, "This was really a wonderful battle, but it's a pity." After saying this, he did not speak anymore. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. He flew directly towards the tower and disappeared after a short while. This tall tower was extremely mysterious. It was something left behind a long time ago, and it was related to Feng Wuhui. Back then, Feng Wuhui was a peak Dizun master. Even in the long river of history, such a person could be ranked as one of the top figures. If this was his graveyard, then it was definitely not a simple place. How could the tomb of a Dizun be a simple place? It might even be a dangerous place in the world. Of course, there was one thing that could not be wrong, and that was that the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. That was why Rosen came here by all means. He wanted to seize Feng Wuhui's inheritance. That person back then was known as Great Emperor Wu Hui. At first, he was awe-inspiring and hated evil, but in the end, he became the person he did not want to become the most. Regardless of right or wrong, there was one thing that could not be false, and that was his strength. If he could obtain his inheritance, then Rosen's strength would definitely increase. Moreover, this increase would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, his plan was indeed very good, but in the end, it was still disrupted by Su Yan. What he did not expect was that even if Su Yan did not appear, he would not be so successful, because Duan Wulonghu had come. To Rosen, the name Duan Wulonghu was very unfamiliar. Perhaps he had read this name in ancient records, but it was more likely that he knew nothing about him. After all, when the demon sect's Hydralisk sent to bring Duan Wulonghu back, it was very secretive. This kind of thing was not known to anyone in the limitless demon sect. Moreover, even if Rosen knew about Duan Wulonghu, he would not put him in his eyes. Because his current strength had increased too quickly, his confidence had also increased too quickly. Although he was not arrogant, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. Duan Wulonghu, on the other hand, was very good at hiding himself and becoming an ordinary person. However, Su Yan was sure that if Rosen and Duan Wulonghu fought, the one who would lose would definitely be Duan Wulonghu. Whether it was Rosen or Duan Wulonghu, they were both Su Yan's greatest enemies. Therefore, when he was free, Su Yan had done some calculations. However, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that Rosen was defeated. Although he had not been in contact with Duan Wulonghu for a long time, and his strength had increased extremely quickly. However, Su Yan still regarded this person who was resurrected from the ancient times as his greatest enemy. A powerful enemy, no matter how much one overestimated it, would not be excessive. Let alone Duan Wulonghu. For example, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that the enemy he cared about the most would actually follow him in the dark. It was as if the enemy had directly appeared behind him. At this time, Su Yan and Rosen were both involved in the tower at the same time. Right now, he was not aware that his enemy had arrived, and was unable to do anything to deal with the appearance of this enemy. The storm around the tower finally calmed down. Everything stopped. The surroundings were so peaceful. However, at this time, a pair of eyes directly appeared behind the tower. It was like a pair of eagle eyes, but this pair of eagle eyes had been magnified countless times. Under the gaze of such radiance, everything seemed so deep and profound. That kind of indescribable feeling was simply incomparably shocking. Inside the tower, everything was so quiet that it was frightening. This place was not filled with darkness. On the contrary, there was an extremely quiet blue light. This light was quietly jumping, and it seemed so peaceful. Su Yan and Rosen were floating in the air at this time. There was no power supporting them. At this time, they were floating in the air. Such a strange scene was truly frightening. Moreover, at this time, there was a pair of eyes staring straight at them. This pair of eyes was naturally not as big as the eyes outside, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this pair of eyes seemed to be a pair of eagle eyes. Of course, to say that it was an eagle eyes was only because of its pupils. In fact, Su Yan and Rosen knew the owner of this pair of eyes. That was Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was holding his chin with his palm. His expression was very calm, and he did not move at all. He only quietly looked at the two people in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he was not doing anything at this time. The only thing he was doing was waiting for the two people to wake up. At this time, a third person appeared. It was naturally Duan Mulonghu. When he entered this place, he noticed these three strange people. Interesting. He smiled lightly, then his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. Hee, this is really interesting. How should I address you? Should I call you Fang Yueshan or Emperor Wu Hui? Duan Mulonghu asked directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately broke the silence of this dark space. His voice was like endless waves that directly spread in this place, and ripples spread out into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally raised his head, and his gaze fell on the person who suddenly appeared. Son of the Demon. Outside of a few very special people in the Limitless Demon sect, ordinary people did not know that the Son of the Demon was special. It was not only because of their identity and status, but also because they would obtain the demon origin mark. Of course, this demon origin was not a demon, but a type of demonic nature, a type of demon mark. This type of demon mark was extremely deep, and ordinary people would have a hard time finding it, let alone sensing it out of thin air. However, the person in front of him was able to see through it, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. Thus, he was not Fang Yueshan, but Fang Wuhui. Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, it really is you, Emperor Wu Hui. I must first congratulate you for your rebirth. Duan Mulonghu was already extremely handsome, and at this time, his sunlight could be said to be very bright. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the light in the night. However, Fang Yueshan, no, to be more precise, Fang Wuhui, did not care about his compliments at all. At his level, how could he let his guard down just because of a few words from the other party? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat sluggish. At this moment, his state was very strange. However, at this time, the thick aura emitted from his body could not be concealed. At this moment, he was even more powerful than before. At this moment, he was almost an extremely powerful legendary venerable. Son of the Demon, why are you here? Fang Yueshan asked, but at this time, Fang Yueshan's voice was no longer the same as before. It was even louder. No, there is a problem with your life. You are not from this era. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. A ray of light directly shot out from his eyes towards Duan Mulonghu. Duan Mulonghu smiled faintly. Then, he pointed his palm and a power suddenly appeared. This power blocked in front of him and blocked the ray of light. That ray of light was very powerful, but he was able to block it so easily. Fang Yueshan, no, he should be called Fang Wuhui, because at this moment, Fang Wuhui was clearly controlling this body. This is not your own power. At least, it is not your current power. You are indeed strange. When Fang Wuhui spoke, his voice was calm. Clearly, after the initial shock, he had already suppressed this emotion. Emperor Wu Hui, actually, we are the same person. My name is Duan Mulonghu, and I should be considered your junior. However, you and I are the same. Neither of us should be living in this world. However, we are now alive again. Duan Mulonghu chuckled and continued, however, I am different from you. The current you should not have been truly resurrected, but I have. When he said this, his entire body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. However, at this time, Fang Wuhui said, truly resurrected? After saying this, he did not speak anymore. Instead, his gaze calmed down. Then, he looked at Su Yan and Rosen. My two friends, since you are awake, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of oppression. Following his words, Duan Mulonghu immediately attacked. 2 attacks flew towards Su Yan and Rosen. Almost instantly, Rosen and Su Yan opened their eyes and retreated to the side. Su Yan and Rosen dodged the attack. Then, their gazes alternated between Duan Mulonghu and Fang Wuhui. At this time, Su Yan spoke first. Long time no see, Duan Mulonghu. Chapter 764. Female Literature. Long time no see, Duan Mulonghu. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. At this moment, he was looking at Su Yan with a smile. Just like a long time ago, he was smiling calmly and calmly. Su Yan would not be numbed by his kind smile. In his heart, he had always been extremely wary of this person in front of him. And at this time, he had actually appeared in the dark abyss. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Rosen suddenly spoke. Who are you? The move you just used was the limitless demon sex method, and it was the almost lost 9 hell demon slaying sword. Rosen was very clear about the inheritance of the demon sect. He could clearly see that this guy in front of him was definitely using the 9 hell demon slaying sword. Even he only knew the name of this move. In the entire younger generation of the limitless demon sect, other than the remaining 2 sons of devils, Rosen was already at the absolute peak. Moreover, at this time, even if it was the other 2 sons of devils, Rosen had absolute confidence that he was stronger than them. Perhaps the 2 sons of devils knew how to use the 9 nether devil slaying sword. As the sons of devils, they were naturally able to look up many ancient books that had almost been lost. However, the problem was that he knew both the son of devils, Shengguan Sheng, and the other one. This person was definitely not one of the 2 of them. Moreover, this person's name was Duan Mulonghu, a name he had never heard of before. Rosen from the ghost-killing hall, and you even inherited this demon god armament. You are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you seem to have lost to Su Yan again, he said calmly. However, this sentence directly angered Rosen. Losing to Su Yan was his sore point. And this guy in front of him actually spoke of this matter so directly. To him, this was an absolute taboo. Killing intent continuously flowed in his eyes. However, at this time, he was not stupid enough to directly attack because he felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this person called Duan Mulonghu. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ancient giant beast. He had an intuition that if he were to make a move now, he would definitely regret it. At this time, he was in a bad mood. In today's world, it was not enough that there was Su Yan, but at this time, there was actually such a person. However, he quickly remembered a sentence from before. You and I are not people of this era. In addition, although he hadn't fully awakened earlier, he had vaguely heard the words son of the devil. Now that he had put these words together, he was able to guess some of the information. Son of devils. You are the former son of devils, Duan Mulonghu. You are called Duan Mulonghu. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, the limitless demon sect had a son of devils with the surname Duanmu. However, later on, this son of devils mysteriously died. Could it be that you are him? Luosan was naturally a smart person, so he was able to sort out these things in a short while. You are very smart. As expected of the person who can inherit this demon god armament. At this time, Su Yan directly said, Is Fang Yueshan dead? At this time, he looked straight at the person in front of him. This time, his purpose of coming to the dark abyss was to save Fang Yueshan. Therefore, compared to the few of them, his focus was naturally on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Rosen directly said, Su Yan, why do you still care about Fang Yueshan? I don't believe that you are not here for the Taishan bead. When the 3 words, Taishan bead, came out of his mouth, Duan Mulonghu's smile became even wider. However, Fang Wuhui's expression was gloomy. The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure in the past. At that time, King Tai dominated the Jianghu continent and directly occupied the first position of the top 10 sections. At that time, their power was almost unimaginable. Later, Fang Wuhui fell into depravity and directly rose at an unimaginable speed. Then, he began to fight back against King Tai. Later, Emperor Wu Hui even directly rushed into King Tai's sect. At this time, King Tai's Taishan bead was lost. After that battle, King Tai was unable to recover from the setback. Although in the following years, talents and powerhouses continuously appeared in each generation, allowing King Tai to maintain its position as one of the top 10 sects, it was now in an awkward situation of being at the bottom. According to legend, the Taishan bead was taken away by Emperor Wu Hui. Rosen came here today for the Taishan bead. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and glanced at Rosen indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Duan Mulonghu. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He's still alive. These 4 words were plain, but Su Yan could clearly hear the endless sorrow in his voice. At this moment, a light flashed from his body. This light was the accumulation of a dense evil aura, and the power within it was even more terrifying. This light carried an extremely evil power. When the light flickered to the extreme, a bead appeared. Taishan bead. At this moment, countless lights flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was the light of greed. In the end, he came here this time to obtain the Taishan bead. However, despite all his efforts, he was still unable to obtain the Taishan bead. But at this time, the Taishan bead appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he almost lost control of himself and rushed forward to grab the Taishan bead in his hands. But even at this time, he still had some rationality left. He knew very well that he was in a very bad situation at this time. This was not the same as before. Fang Yueshan had no power to resist in front of him. He could only be at his mercy. To put it bluntly, he was a weakling at this time. Not to mention obtaining the Taishan bead, if he was not careful, he might even be in danger of dying. Therefore, at this time, he could only be careful. His eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yan, Duan Mulonghu, and this person who he did not know whether was Fang Yueshan or Fang Wuhui. The Taishan bead. How interesting. Fang Wuhui, you really did bury the Taishan bead here. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan and Rosen leading the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it, he said calmly. But at this time, Fang Wuhui said, the Taishan bead was buried here? No, you're wrong. I never buried the Taishan bead here. In fact, the Taishan bead has never existed here for so many years. Hearing his words, Su Yan and the others felt that it was strange. If the Taishan bead did not exist here, then where could it be? Could it be that he took it from thin air? At this time, he continued to speak. For so many years, the Taishan bead has always existed in the outside world, in the bodies of my descendants. This time, if it weren't for you, Rosen, I wouldn't have awakened and would have slept forever. In a way, I should be thanking you. His voice was so calm, but when he said the last sentence, there was clearly a sinister meaning in it. At this time, Rosen naturally felt it. At this time, all the pores on his body stood up. It was a murderous intent, and it was an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent. It was a murderous intent that was not held back at all. It seems that there is an interesting story behind this. In fact, Senior Emperor Wu Hui, back then, this junior also wanted to find clues about you and admire your elegance. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, Duan Mulonghu said regretfully. Fang Wuhui said, do you want to know the method of immortality? Duan Mulonghu chuckled. I won't hide it from you, it is indeed so. Your legend is world-shaking. Back then, I suspected that you didn't die, but because of some reasons, I had to die once. So, I want to know whether you are dead or not. If you are not dead, or if there is a way to revive, how did you do it? Just as he said, back then, Duan Mulonghu knew that he was about to face a great calamity, and it was very likely that he would die directly. At that time, the only thing he could think of was a way to survive. So, he also searched for Fang Wuhui's tomb, hoping to find something from it. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu Hui's tomb was too mysterious. Even he couldn't find it back then. But fortunately, he found a better way in the end, so today, after 1,000 years, he came back to life. But he never thought that the thing he couldn't find back then would reappear in front of him now. He couldn't help but sigh. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. But when it came to treasures, who would complain about having too many? The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure back then. It was because of this thing that King Tai was able to dominate the world. If it weren't for Emperor Wu Hui, the current King Tai might still be the overlord of the continent. Since Duan Wulonghu came back to life, he naturally had a lot of things to do. But because he came back to life, he had an extremely deep foundation, but his current strength was still not enough. If he could obtain the Taishan bead, it couldn't be better. Su Yan also looked at the original Fang Yueshan and the current Fang Wuhui. He also wanted to know an answer. Fang Wuhui's voice sounded again. But this time, his voice was different from before. At this time, he was actually suppressing his pain. You shouldn't have come to this place. The dark abyss shouldn't have appeared in this world. Especially you, Rosen. You shouldn't have brought my descendant here. Chapter 765. Female literature. The dark abyss isn't just a dangerous place. I'm sure you've heard that the powerful Netherworld clan in the Jianghu continent disappeared here. His voice was still the same, as if he was suppressing incomparable pain. However, at this moment, he still sounded very calm. As long as one had access to ancient records, they would more or less know about the disappearance of the Netherworld clan. As for this matter, Duan Wulonghu was especially clear about it. The Netherworld clan refers to the humans who lived here in the past and possessed unique talents. They were born to be able to merge with the shadows. Every clan member was born to be an assassin or a warrior. In terms of the degree of danger, this clan was the most outstanding back then. If it weren't for the jealousy of the heavens, which made it difficult for their clan to reproduce, the Netherworld clan would have already swept through the entire Jianghu continent. However, it was a pity that this clan had disappeared in a single night. Senior Wu Hui, could it be that there is some kind of connection between the two? He didn't know about this connection, and it was also an unsolved mystery in history. However, judging from the current situation, the person in front of him obviously knew the secret, and this matter was very likely related to him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the rest. The dark abyss is actually just a door. This was Fang Wuhui's first sentence. However, when he said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the terrifying and huge door he had seen before. Even at that moment, he was still fearful of the gate from before. At that time, he only felt that there was another world behind this door. However, there seemed to be an extremely huge attraction in this world that kept calling him to pass through this door. Fortunately, Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone appeared at that time. That divine sense clone actually wanted Su Yan to save him, but inadvertently saved Su Yan. Now, Fang Wuhui was actually talking about this door. Therefore, Su Yan listened even more seriously. No matter what he would do later, this piece of information was very important, and he had to understand it clearly. Did you just say that this clan is envied by the heavens? In fact, strictly speaking, you can say that. They probably never dreamed that the homeland they lived in for generations was actually a seal. Behind this seal is a terrifying shadow world, the homeland of the shadow creatures. The Netherworld clan is indeed proficient in the Tao of Darkness. Their individual battle prowess is very strong, but so what? No matter how strong their battle prowess is, how can they be a match for countless shadow creatures? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shadow creatures were notorious back in the day. Their appearance often meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Countless experts had died at the hands of these shadow creatures. Just as he had said, the Netherworld clan was indeed powerful, but when faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of extremely terrifying shadow creatures from another world, how could they deal with them? In the end, they were exterminated. Of course, it's all thanks to the Netherworld clan. Otherwise, the current Jianghu continent might not be dominated by humans. Fang Wuhui quietly finished narrating this piece of history. However, Su Yan noticed that at the end of his words, his voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it was a kind of suppressed pain, but at the end, it was actually a kind of vaguely revealed cruelty. This Fang Wuhui is strange. Su Yan thought to himself. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Duan Mulonghu and Rosen had already discovered the strangeness. After all, both of them were true geniuses. How could they be simple when they had been able to grow to such a level? Whether it was Rosen or Duan Mulonghu, they were actually dragons among men. However, none of them spoke about this situation. They only made preparations in secret. If Fang Wuhui in front of them had any changes, they would be able to take precautions. It must be understood that this guy's strength back then was not to be underestimated. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Duan Mulonghu was at his peak, he could not be compared to him in front of them. It was unknown what cultivation level Duan Mulonghu had reached at this time, but it could be estimated that he should not have reached the level he had at that time. As for Fang Wuhui, even if he was revived and did not reach the strength he had at that time, no, it should be said that even if this Fang Wuhui only had 1/10 of his strength back then, or even less, he could still kill them. At this time, the Taishan bead quietly floated, and its evil and deep aura faintly flickered. Fang Wuhui spoke again, but this time, his words were somewhat incoherent. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. It would have been better if you had let me die here forever, but why did you have to wake me up? I didn't kill them, I didn't kill them. But why did you treat Sonair like this? Why? You are really ruthless, really ruthless. As he howled, the light of the Taishan bead became even more intense, and the aura around him became even more powerful. What was worse was that this power had reached a level that Su Yan and the others could not withstand. A One Origin Venerable? No, this was an aura that was even more powerful than a One Origin Venerable. This kind of rolling thunder-like berserk power was simply frightening. The three of them immediately retreated. Taishan bead, you want the Taishan bead, right? Then, come, come and get it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. The terrifying aura at this moment was like a curtain descending from the heavens. Kill, I've already killed many people. Since that's the case, you can all die too. My children, you died so tragically, but you are innocent, you don't deserve to die. Sonair is also innocent, she doesn't deserve to die either. Why? Those who deserve to die are not dead, but those who don't deserve to die are all dead. Kill. At first, he was still mad, but in the end, the last word was condensed with boundless killing intent. That terrifying murderous gaze was like thunder and fire. Oh no. The three of them were shocked. They all knew that they absolutely could not fight with this guy at this time. If they had to fight, only death would await them. However, the problem now was that just as they were about to escape, an extremely strange power floated, and then, the entrance that was still there before was directly sealed. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Didn't you want the Taishan bead? Give me your lives in exchange for it. At this point, he directly pounced on Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already summoned the demon god armament. However, this powerful demonic god armament did not give him any sense of security at all. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. He was once a peak emperor. At this moment, he mustered all his strength to resist, but he knew that he could not resist at all. He would die. At this moment, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu's voices rang out at the same time. Attack with all your might. Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword, and an intense sword ray appeared directly like a swimming dragon. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu also struck out with his palm. His palm directly turned into a ferocious ghost. Ghost weeping palm. At this moment, Rosen was already in despair, but he did not expect these two people to help him directly. If he was alone, he would definitely die. However, if Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu attacked together, he would have more hope of survival. After all, strictly speaking, the other party was not the real Fang Wuhui. He was just temporarily borrowing Fang Yueshan's body. Fang Wuhui's soul was definitely strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Fang Yueshan's body was weak, and he could not withstand too much power. If time passed, Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be baptized, but there was not enough time now. Fortunately, there was not much time, so as long as they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the three of them worked together wholeheartedly, they would still be crushed to death by this person. Ha ha ha, Brother Su Yan, I told you that you and I are very good allies. Indeed, we have joined forces again. Duan Wulonghu actually had the time to say such words at this moment. Su Yan smiled coldly, but did not speak. This scene fell directly into Rosen's eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He had long discovered that Su Yan seemed to be somewhat acquainted with this Duan Wulonghu. Thinking back to when he fought with Su Yan was able to use the lost technique of his devil sect. At this moment, he was very certain that Su Yan had a deep relationship with this person in front of him. These two fellows definitely have a deep relationship. I have to be careful. At this moment, he had already realized that Su Yan and this Duan Wulonghu were not loyal to each other, but to protect themselves. Even if this Fang Wuhui was not in his right mind, and did not have even a tenth of his strength left, he was still a terrifying existence to them. Now, only if the three of them were alive would they have a chance to survive. If Rosen died, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu would definitely be under much more pressure, and it was uncertain whether they could survive. Chapter 766. Female Literature. At this moment, the three of them were in the same boat. None of them could escape. However, he couldn't let his guard down just like that. In his opinion, no matter if it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, both of them were extremely cunning. If they had the chance to escape, they would definitely not mind tricking him and escaping with their lives. He had encountered too many of such situations. Therefore, at this moment, he had to be more vigilant. Humph, ha ha ha, come, all of you come and kill me. Master, Martial Uncle, all of you come and kill me. You killed Sun Air, and now you want to kill me? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. All of you, go to hell. After his attack was blocked, he became even crazier. His aura became even more powerful, and his attack became even more terrifying. The terrifying strike shook the entire area. There seemed to be a series of ripples in the air. Su Yan and the other two's expressions became even more serious. They were like turtles in a jar now. Under such circumstances, they had no way to retreat. The powerful force continued to oppress them, which made it difficult for them to even breathe. No, we can't defend. If we let this old thing continue to accumulate power, he will become even more terrifying. When that time comes, we won't have any hope at all. Duan Wulonghu said directly. Among the three of them, Duan Wulonghu was the most special existence. Although Su Yan and Rosen were both top talents among the younger generation, he still stood in front of the two of them. It was because he was a monster that had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Because of his terrifying strength, even in his current state, he was still ahead of Su Yan and Rosen. Moreover, his point of view was extremely correct. This guy was really too powerful, and he would continue to become stronger. Time had never been on their side. If they allowed this guy to continue to grow stronger, he would definitely reach a point where he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, the three of them would really have no chance at all. Therefore, no matter what, he could not be allowed to continue. If they wanted to survive, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their strength and then launch a counterattack to defeat this person. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them once again unleashed their moves, and the violent power directly rushed out. The three of them had already reached this point, so they were naturally decisive people. They clearly knew how powerful the person in front of them was, so since they had already made a move, they couldn't give him any chance. His powerful strength was on full display at this moment. After the three rays of light converged, they formed an extremely terrifying ray of light. At this time, Fang Wuhui didn't seem to realize the impending crisis. At this moment, he was in utter agony. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity. This ray of death directly hit Fang Wuhui, and an extremely terrifying light was released in front of Fang Wuhui. In an instant, everything disappeared. This space was constantly shaking. Taishian bead. Such a terrifying power was so terrifying that even an extremely powerful venerable one would not be able to withstand it. If Fang Wuhui really died from this attack, no, even if he was injured, then the Taishian bead seemed to have become an object without an owner. At this time, their chance had come. If they wanted to seize the Taishian bead, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would be a huge obstacle. Not to mention Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan had just been defeated by him. Naturally, he would feel extremely indignant. However, he had to admit that until now, he was still no match for Su Yan. Even when he had just been defeated, he had almost despaired, and it had already cast a shadow over his heart. Having a flaw in one's heart was definitely not a small matter. For a powerhouse like him, this would even affect his future path. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate this effect, he had to directly defeat Su Yan this time. Moreover, he had to defeat him in a straightforward manner. The best way was to directly seize the Taishian bead in front of Su Yan. He didn't believe that Su Yan would come here and take the risk for a Fang Yueshan. People were used to judging others by their own standards and guessing the worst of others. Of course, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be even more terrifying. He was too strong. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where his limits were. Therefore, in the next attack, he had to finish it off in one fell swoop. He had to finish it off in one strike. Of course, this would depend on the armor he was wearing. If the armor could explode with all its power, then he could do it. At this moment, the powerful energy fluctuation gradually dissipated. His heart began to burn with passion. This thing was right in front of him. However, at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, Fang Wuhui's body appeared in front of them, unharmed. Of course, there were still some changes to his body. At this moment, his eyes had become even more profound. Furthermore, black veins had already appeared on his face. This seemed to be a kind of tattoo, but it also seemed to be an extremely strange mass. The moment this thing appeared, his evil aura became even more intense. Moreover, he didn't seem to be as crazy as before. Hee, do you want this? Then, come, let me see how strong you are. You actually dared to touch the Taishian bead. This voice seemed to resound directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the three of them felt that something was wrong. If he continued to be crazy, then they still had a chance. If the three of them worked together, they could catch him off guard and kill him directly. However, this was no longer the case. The other party's heart had completely calmed down. His gaze was so calm. This gaze was completely different from before. Although there was still a flicker of light, Su Yan knew that this guy had finally begun to settle down. You're the real Emperor Wu Hui. The one before was Fang Yulua. Su Yan suddenly asked. Fang Wuhui chuckled and said, not bad, you're really a smart child. His tone was calm and full of confidence, as if he already had everything in his hands. This kind of person was definitely not a simple existence. At this moment, he spoke again, Fang Yulua is nothing but trash. He can't even protect his own woman. This is truly tragic. Therefore, he shouldn't exist in this world. That's why I exist. Split personality. It seems that Senior Fang Yulua's split personality allowed you to appear in this world, Su Yan said directly. In a sense, this Emperor Wu Hui's existence was similar to Ghost Face's. Although he didn't know the exact reason behind Ghost Face's appearance, since he was a second version of himself, he could be understood as a second personality. Split personality? That's a new term, but you're not wrong. That's probably the case. Emperor Wu Hui didn't immediately attack, but continued speaking. Back then, Fang Yulua was King Tai's elite disciple. Back then, he had outstanding talent and was very popular among the younger generation in the sect. Although he didn't necessarily inherit the position of sect master, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he could become a powerful elder. This was practically set in stone. It's just a pity that this idiot fell in love with Li Sun, the limitless demon sex Li Sun. These two idiots clearly stood on different sides, but in the end, they still came together and tried in vain to live in seclusion. They clearly had powerful cultivation, but their thinking was so naive. They didn't know that in this world, there are many things that can be done as one pleases. In the end, they still paid the price for their naivety. Later, when Fang Yulua was out, King Tai's people finally found Li Sun heir and killed her right outside the sect. Ha ha ha, the great King Tai, who claims to be from a righteous sect, is actually so ruthless and unscrupulous. This world is truly heartless. A coward like you Luo shouldn't live in this world. Since that's the case, let me do it. These few short sentences immediately gave Su Yan and the others a rough idea of what had happened. To think that such a situation had happened back then. No wonder Emperor Wu Hui had been so merciless when he'd killed King Tai's experts. As long as he saw King Tai's people, he'd immediately kill them. Even if it was just a new disciple. Fang Yulua's heart had been traumatized to the point that her second personality had split and taken over. The second personality was incomparably extreme. If it had been Fang Yulua, perhaps she still had feelings for King Tai and would have only killed the main culprit. However, Emperor Wu Hui wouldn't. He had appeared in this world because of his extreme thoughts, so how could such a person have the slightest thought of mercy? Therefore, when he attacked, he'd definitely be ruthless. Fang Yulua was a genius to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the higher-ups of King Tai. Therefore, after he'd fallen and become a demon, he'd become especially terrifying. Cultivating both King Tai and the limitless demon sex secret techniques, his cultivation had rapidly increased in a short period of time. In the end, even King Tai's sect master couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he'd killed his way into King Tai. In the end, the Taishan bead had fallen into his hands. Chapter 767. Female literature. Seriously, I can't believe I'm talking about these things with you. It seems that I'm really old, which is why I've become so long-winded. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite interesting to talk to the dead. As he spoke, his strength was still increasing. You're just biding your time. This body isn't yours, but your descendants'. That's why it's too weak. Are you using your own strength to refine it so that it's more suitable for accommodating your soul? Su Yan directly interrupted him, then continued to ask, this is your descendant. How could you be so cruel to him? You're simply incurable. He directly questioned him. At this moment, the other party laughed and said, descendant? So what? I'm not Fang Yulua, that damnable idiot. In my eyes, only my own pursuit of the heavens and earth is real. If that idiot Fang Yulua hadn't dug his own grave back then, how could I have fallen to this point? His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. Ha ha ha, how interesting, Duan Wulonghu said, laughing and clapping his hands. I really feel sorry for Senior. I think if it wasn't for Fang Yulua, Senior would probably have become a saint venerable by now. Once you become a saint, you'll transcend the world. Duan Wulonghu's words were actually not too exaggerated. Moreover, Su Yan and Rosen knew that it was probably true. Legend had it that great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation did not improve after reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. In order to find a breakthrough, he used many methods, but in the end, he mysteriously disappeared. In his era, the peak of the Emperor realm was almost the peak of the world. Even King Tai could not do anything to him, and was even beaten to such a miserable state by him. How could he have met with misfortune? Now that he thought about it, the root of all this was his true soul, Fang Yulua. Although Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua had different personalities, they were ultimately the same soul. Fang Wuhui could naturally think clearly and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately, Fang Yulua could not. In other words, his soul was flawed. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to become a holy venerate. You're right, kid. That damned bastard. After I killed so many of King Tai's people, he started to feel guilty and obsessed. He even thinks that I've killed too many people, and doesn't want me to exist in this world anymore. That idiot. His words were filled with anger and disdain. Fang Yulua was ultimately a righteous disciple. Even though he had suffered such a mishap, the kindness in his heart had not been extinguished. His deep-rooted feelings for King Tai had not completely disappeared either. As Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui killed more and more people, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the tragedy was destined to happen the moment he fell in love with Li Sun. He was in despair and pain. In the end, he didn't want to live in this world anymore. So you're saying that Senior came here to eliminate this trouble? Rosen asked. Fang Wuhui sighed, then said, that's right. Back then, I thought of countless methods, but in the end, he's still a part of my soul. How could I completely eliminate this damned bastard? I could kill everyone else, but he was the only one I couldn't kill. This is truly a huge regret. He continued, but later on, I finally thought of a method, and that was a shadow creature. Ha ha ha, a shadow creature, that's something between illusion and reality. If I could transform myself into that state, then I would be able to directly face my own soul and directly devour him. From then on, Fang Yulua would no longer exist in this world, only Fang Wuhui would remain. What a wonderful thing, but it's a pity. In fact, there was no need to say too much to imagine what would happen next. If he had really succeeded, then Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui would definitely not have disappeared for so many years and then sought to revive here. Clearly, he had failed. Alright, you've heard the story, so I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've tasted blazing blood. Speaking of which, it's quite nostalgic. Now, are you ready to die? He sneered. Suddenly, an evil light flickered in his hand. The evil light gently hovered, then turned into a long snake. Die. With these two words, the long snake directly pounced on Su Yan and the others. It was clearly created with his power, but it seemed to have its own soul. In a whistling sound, it had already pounced on Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu, and Rosen all paled. Of course, they could see that Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui was even more terrifying than before. Although he didn't use his full strength before, it was close enough. The three of them joined forces, but they didn't cause any harm to him. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. And now, this person was even stronger than before. Their chances had become even slimmer. To put it bluntly, their lives were already in danger. However, even if they knew they would die in the next moment, they still had to struggle before death. This was human nature. Even ordinary people were like this, let alone these three young experts. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to stretch out their necks and wait for death. At this moment, the demon god armament had become even more profound. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu suddenly said, the two of you want to continue living, right? If that's the case, then I have a method that we can try. His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't threatened by death at all. What method? Let's hear it. Su Yan wasn't lacking either. At their level, they naturally knew that the more they panicked in this situation, the faster they would die. Actually, it's very simple. We need to attack him based on his demon god armament. Duan Wulonghu glanced at Rosen and continued, the demon god armament is one of the absolute treasures of the boundless demon sect. It has unimaginable power. If you can fully unleash the power of this demon god armament, then you will be almost as powerful as a holy venerable. Hearing this, Rosen's eyelids twitched. He knew that his demon god armament was very powerful and terrifying, but he didn't expect it to reach such a level. When its power was unleashed to the extreme, it could be mentioned in the same breath as a holy venerable. This meant that as long as he put all his effort into this demon god armament, as long as he could fully unleash the power of this demon god armament one day, then he would be as powerful as a holy venerable. What a pleasant surprise this was. Of course, he also knew that such a good thing wouldn't happen in this world. It would be very difficult to make the demon god armament reach such a level. However, this didn't matter. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would persevere and work hard. From the moment he made up his mind, his belief would never waver. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. He said directly, the current demon god armament can't possibly be so powerful. He was right. No matter how powerful the demon god armament could become in the future, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the current demon god armament couldn't possibly reach such a level. Even if I fully unleash the power of the demon god armament, I won't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. This was a fact, a helpless fact. Emperor Wu Hui was too powerful. Even if Duan Wulonghu used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. Even if Duan Wulonghu was a newly resurrected Emperor Wu Hui who had taken over the body of his descendant. However, since Duan Wulonghu had said those words, he wouldn't be speaking without thinking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, he said, you naturally can't do it alone, but what if the three of us work together? If that's the case, it won't be impossible. As soon as he said this, Rosen was the first to object. He didn't doubt that the three of them could activate the demon god armament. After all, he already knew about Duan Wulonghu's identity. 1,000 years ago, he was the son of demon. The son of demon had another title, the crown prince of the demon sect. With such a status, it wouldn't be strange for him to know more than him, even if it was about the demon god armament in his hands. However, from a psychological point of view, he wasn't willing to do so. Because if he did so, he would be exposing his secret. Whether it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, they were both people he feared. When the three of them attacked together, he didn't know what they would do. I know you don't trust us, but you have to understand one thing. If we don't work together now, we will definitely die. Remember, this we includes yourself. You can see that you don't have much time left. Every breath of time, he will become a little stronger. Duan Wulonghu looked at Rosen with a smile. Obviously, he was sure that Rosen would agree. At this time, Rosen's expression was extremely ugly. However, as expected by Duan Wulonghu, he had no choice but to agree. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, okay, I agree. Duan Wulonghu said, don't worry, Duan Wulonghu won't let you suffer. If we really escape this time, then I will owe you a favor. I think brother Su Yan also thinks so. He looked directly at Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, no, I don't think I owe him. After all, he wants to live. If he doesn't want to do this, then I won't force him. Chapter 768. Female Literature. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward. He didn't agree with Duan Wulonghu's point of view because just as Su Yan said, Rosen agreed to this matter because he had no choice but to do so. He wasn't warm-hearted and wanted to save Su Yan. Now, everyone was fighting for their lives, nothing more. Humph, Rosen coldly snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. However, he couldn't say anything bad about it, so he could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Duan Wulonghu said with a smile, Brother Su Yan is indeed a straightforward person. However, I, Duan Wulonghu, will keep my word. Rosen, if we can get out of here alive, then I will do you a favor. Rosen said, cut the crap. Tell me, what should I do? The demon god armament has a skill called the demon god void rupture. In other words, it uses the demon god armament to directly break through space. I think the two of you are very clear now that it is impossible for us to kill this person. Therefore, what we need to do now is not to fight to the death, but to escape. Su Yan and Rosen expressed their agreement. After all, it was just as he said. At this time, Feng Wuhui had gradually become Emperor Wu Hui. His aura was too strong and his strength was very terrifying. With the strength of the three of them, they were simply no match for him. Wanting to kill him had become a pipe dream. Therefore, what they should do now was not to join forces to kill, but to escape with all their might. This concept couldn't be wrong. Demon God Void Rupture, I didn't even know about it. At this time, Rosen's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. It turned out that the demon god armament had such an ability, but as the owner of the demon god armament, he didn't know about it. Brother Rosen, you don't have to worry about it. After all, as your strength increases and your compatibility with the demon god armament is further improved, many things will gradually emerge. At that time, you will naturally understand. Back then, I was just lucky to know the secret of this sword armor. That's all. Duan Mulonghu continued, wait for a while. Brother Su Yan and I will directly inject fierceness into your armor. With the combined strength of the three of us, it should be enough to activate the demon god armament and cause its power to erupt. At that time, we can directly achieve the goal of void rupture. Although Fang Wuhui has reappeared, his current situation doesn't seem to be ideal. Therefore, as long as we can leave this place alive, there won't be too big of a problem. As long as we reach the outside world, we will be free to fly. If the two of you have a righteous heart and are determined to slay demons, then you can naturally inform your elders. I think they will be very happy to come. Su Yan understood what he meant. After all, there was a treasure here, the Taishen bead. That was King Tai's top treasure. If this news leaked out, even if this place was a dangerous place, there would still be a large number of experts coming here to fight for it. And once they reached this place, they had no choice but to face Fang Wuhui. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and activate it. Otherwise, it will be too late. Rosen said directly. At this moment, Rosen's demon god armament changed immediately. Two palm prints appeared on his armor. Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu placed their palms into the palm prints almost at the same time. Then, a powerful force erupted. The injection of these two powerful forces caused the demon god armament to erupt with an extremely beautiful light. At the beginning of the light, Rosen's body swayed directly. Obviously, at this moment, he was still unable to adapt to such a powerful force. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's voice sounded directly in his mind. Discard all distracting thoughts and focus on sensing. Find a way to activate the demon god armament to break through the celestial demon space. Remember, this is related to your life. He emphasized the last sentence. Rosen snorted coldly and said, I don't need you to say more. I understand. He forcefully suppressed his body's discomfort and began to sense the demon god armament. Just as Duan Wulonghu said, the reason why he was unable to learn more powerful skills was because he was still not strong enough. The demon god armament was an armor that could be directly upgraded to the level of a holy venerable. It had endless uses and its power was definitely not inferior to the divine sword. If he could really completely master it, he would definitely become an earth-shattering expert. At this moment, as his mind continued to integrate with the demon god armament, a seal gradually appeared in his mind. He had never seen this seal before. The moment he saw this seal, he knew that this was the demon god Void Piercer's technique. Now that he wanted to get out of this predicament, this was the best way. He disregarded everything and directly rushed forward to pinch the seal in his hand. Then, he directly activated his power. Demon god Void Piercer, activate. After all, this was his first time activating it. Moreover, this power did not come from himself, but from the help of Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to activate this power. However, just as Duan Wulonghu said, he did not have a second chance. This time, he had to succeed. If he did not succeed, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu would definitely die here, and he would have to stay here and be buried with them. No matter what, this was something that he was unwilling to do. He did not want to die, and he would not die. Break open the space for me. He let out an angry roar, and a terrifying power kept circling around him. Then, he charged into the sky with a powerful force. The extremely powerful power continued to spiral between heaven and earth, and everything turned into an endless will. As if the heavens had heard his voice, the door directly cracked open at this moment. Powerful cracks appeared one after another. The space sealed by Fang Wuhui was finally broken and torn apart. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but at this moment, he was constantly transforming. He wanted to baptize his body, and at the same time, he had to fight against Fang Yulua. Even if it was Fang Wuhui, he could no longer care about Su Yan and the others. Moreover, at this moment, he really did not care about Su Yan and the others. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. As long as he could be resurrected, where could these people escape to? Crack, 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 crack. Waves of tearing sounds were constantly heard, and the cracks in the space became more and more obvious. In the end, everything was completely annihilated. Rosen and the other two were directly surrounded by light. The demon god Void Piercer was directly activated. However, at this moment, Rosen's lips curled into a cold smile. For him, this was a good opportunity to kill Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. Now, he also knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the Taishan bead. After all, the owner of the Taishan bead, Emperor Wu Hui, had been resurrected. He did not know what kind of storms this terrifying powerhouse would stir up after his resurrection, but he knew that there was no hope for him to obtain the Taishan bead. However, he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. This time, if it were not for Su Yan causing trouble, the Taishan bead might have been in his hands. There was also this Duan Mulonghu. His threat was simply too great. If he could directly kill these two people when he was qualified, it would be endless benefits for him in the future. Of course, it would not be easy to kill the two of them head-on. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was a fact that he had repeatedly lost to Su Yan. However, Duan Mulonghu's strength seemed to be even stronger. Although he had the demon god armament and his growth was very fast, he knew very well that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were also constantly growing. Moreover, their growth was even faster. Rosen did not know whether he could kill them in the future. Furthermore, he did not have much confidence. He might even be killed by Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. However, he now had an excellent opportunity. The demon god destroyer had indeed been activated, but he had not promised to take the two of them away. Destroyer, activate. At this moment, his figure flickered. It was at this moment that he suddenly turned around and pushed towards Duan Mulonghu and Su Yan. As long as the two of them were left here, they would have to bear the wrath of Emperor Wu Hui. According to their personalities and strength, they would definitely not be willing to wait for death. Therefore, they would definitely take out their trump cards to fight against Emperor Wu Hui. Against Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so what if these two were even more powerful? They would most likely die in the end. Moreover, in this way, the two of them would be able to buy enough time for him. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? However, the moment he turned around, he saw Duan Mulonghu's face. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu was looking at him with a mocking expression, as if he was mocking his ignorance. On the other side, although Su Yan did not reveal such an expression, his face was calm as if he did not reveal any surprise at all. At this moment, his heart thumped and he immediately came to a realization. Damn it, these two guys were already prepared. He understood that he had his own plans. In that case, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans and contingencies. At this moment, the most important thing was to escape with his life. If Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were really naive, he would not mind sending them on their way. However, they clearly had their own plans. It was meaningless for him to act smart. His figure flickered suddenly. At this moment, he discovered that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu had disappeared at almost the same time. This is spatial teleportation. It turns out that the two of them were already prepared. Duan Mulonghu did not expect me to bring them out. He wanted me to break the spatial barrier. Chapter 769. Female literature. Naturally, he was not a fool. Almost at this moment, he had already thought of some things. The power of space was indeed an extremely powerful thing, but this did not mean that everyone could not grasp it. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not insignificant figures. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for them to grasp some space power. These two people must have a plan long ago. They did not need him to take them out, but they just needed him to open a space. In fact, he also understood that if they needed him to get them out of here, it was equivalent to them pinning their hopes on him. However, this was an extremely unrealistic thing. If it were him, he would not do this either. After all, they were enemies. Even if they had no choice but to work together under special circumstances, when the conditions changed, there would immediately be a variable. It was just like how he had wanted to kill them earlier. These two people had obviously expected this, so from the very beginning, they had already planned this. After Rosen thought this through, he did not hesitate and directly chose to leave. Firstly, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill them, so it was useless to continue to stay here. Instead, it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Secondly, he was also afraid. Since the two of them no longer needed him, would they be like him? Would they be filled with killing intent and want to kill him at this moment? Although he had the protection of the demon god armament, in the face of these two people's fierce attacks, he had no confidence that he could survive unscathed. Moreover, the other party did not need to kill him directly. They only needed to make him unable to leave this space at this moment, then he would end up dead. At this moment, he had no time to think too much and finally directly activated his power. At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and looked at this place. There was an indescribable coldness in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Humph, did you escape? Forget it, if you want to escape, then so be it. Do you really think that you can escape death by leaving this place? It's too late, it's already too late. His smile was extremely strange, and no one knew what he was laughing about. After that, he no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, his gaze fell on the Taishan bead in front of him. Inside the supreme profound bead, the shadow solidified at this time, showing a human figure at this time. This figure was none other than himself. Or rather, his other soul, Fang Yulua. He, you coward, it's so troublesome to kill you. God knows how many years have passed. If it wasn't for you, I would have become a saint sovereign by now. No, maybe I would have become a deity already. His tone was calm, without any awe-inspiring or other emotions. It was as if he was just chatting with his most ordinary friend. Fang Wuhui, you are me, and I am you. I can't watch as I make a mistake and walk further and further away. Back then, the tragedy between me and Sun truly caused me to feel heartache. But now, I already know that the matter of that year was far from being as simple as I thought it was. The main culprit naturally deserved death, but my other fellow apprentices were innocent. My master was also innocent. However, I personally killed them all. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. You coward, so be it. If you knew how to use your power to kill people, then you wouldn't have fallen to this point. In the end, all of this is your own fault. If I didn't appear, I'm afraid you would have already died. Fang Yulua said, if I didn't exist, how good would it be if I didn't exist? Yes, how good would it be if you didn't exist? Let me completely dominate your soul. You are a person who seeks death, so why are you still so fearlessly persisting until now? Look, you went through so much trouble to destroy yourself in this dark abyss, and then put the Taishan bead into your bloodline. Generation after generation, you wanted me to die forever. But in the end, I came back, and the Taishan bead returned to me again. So, how could someone like you possibly defeat me? You will forever be a loser, forever and ever a loser. Ha ha ha. This was good. He was terrifyingly crazy. What I want is not as simple as becoming a saint, but becoming a god. So, more lives must die in this world. Only then can I directly step into the realm of death and become the god of death. At this time, in the Taishan bead, Fang Yulua's soul said directly, I won't let you succeed. Emperor Wuhui should have disappeared from this world. This world doesn't need a god. Back then, even the great heavenly demon lord didn't become a god. What makes you think you can? The shadow world shouldn't appear in this world. Fang Wuhui's face turned cold. Then, he said, enough, this is not something you can decide. I will completely open the door to the shadow world. Just watch, this world belongs to me. No one can stop me. At this time, he had fallen into complete madness. Fang Yueshan, hold on. Protect your soul. Don't let it fade away. As long as you hold on, he won't be able to use the power of the Taishan bead, Fang Yulua called directly. There was no voice answering him, but there was a will. Back then, Fang Yulua had experienced countless pains, and finally, Fang Wuhui appeared. At first, Fang Wuhui was just a negative emotion of Fang Yulua, and he appeared to avenge Fang Yulua. However, as the killing increased, his independent personality became more and more perfect. In the end, he had his own obsession, and that was to become a god. Deities were only a legend in this world. Even during the most prosperous era of the 9 continents, there were only 7 Saint Venerables. However, not a single deity had appeared. However, in the legends, gods were immortal and ruled over everything. This was the goal of many strong people. Later, Fang Wuhui killed without any scruples. No matter who it was, no matter where they came from, as long as he wanted something, he would directly behead them. This was because he had embarked on an extremely terrifying path, and that was the path to becoming a god through killing. Fang Wuhui was able to become extremely powerful in a short period of time because of this. Every time he killed an expert, his strength would increase by a bit. In that era, he was simply the synonym of the Grim Reaper. Wherever he went, there would be endless death and slaughter. Under his butcher's knife, who knew how many people had died directly? Later, in order to quickly reach the path to becoming a god, he directly broke into King Tai. He needed King Tai's Taishan bead. Back then, even the powerful King Tai was defeated by him in the beginning. In the end, he was almost on the verge of destruction. In the end, he obtained the Taishan bead. However, this was also the way he was going to die. The Taishan bead was King Tai's most precious treasure. It contained extremely powerful energy. If he could refine this energy, he would naturally be able to break through again. However, he forgot that it was King Tai's treasure after all. Tai, who was in that area, directly displayed his own power. Then, he drew out the power within the Taishan bead and fiercely bombarded his body. Although he left with the Taishan bead, he himself was seriously injured at that time. At that time, Fang Yulua took the opportunity to make trouble and then temporarily obtained the right to control the body. At that time, Fang Yulua naturally thought of slashing him with a palm. However, doing so would provoke Fang Wuhui. He deeply understood what Fang Wuhui needed the Taishan bead for, so he directly put the Taishan bead into the bodies of his descendants and let them pass it down through the bloodline from generation to generation. Of course, this was also because he had given up. His descendants, since they had inherited his strength, there might be some abnormalities in their bodies. Who knows, there might even be a second Fang Wuhui, and the power of the Supreme Mystic Pearl would be able to cleanse the evil from him. Of course, at the same time, it also had the ability to seal. Therefore, almost all of his descendants were unknown, and there were no more super strong masters. After doing all this, he locked himself in this place. Then, he used the unique and terrifying power of this place to completely destroy his body. In the end, only a wisp of his soul floated out. Originally, Fang Yulua thought that all this was over. After all, his fleshly body had been destroyed, and his soul had been sealed away by him. In addition, very few people knew about this bloodline. At this time, Fang Wuhui would not be able to wake up. However, things were unpredictable. He did not expect that Rosen, out of greed for the Taishan bead, would bring his descendant Fang Yueshan directly here, and directly provoke Fang Wuhui to wake him up in advance. Now, Fang Yulua could no longer do anything. When Fang Wuhui came here, he used the means of the shadow world to forcibly separate the two souls. Then, he directly entered the Taishan bead. Now, he had no way to affect his soul. At this time, his only hope was on his descendant Fang Yueshan. After all, Fang Yueshan's real strength was too weak. However, he could feel that Fang Yueshan's soul still existed at this time. He had not been obliterated, but was still holding on to his last hope. Hee, Fang Yulua, you piece of trash. You actually placed your hopes on your descendant. Unfortunately, what you can't do, your descendant can't do either. Going against me, the only outcome for you is death. Chapter 770. Female literature, the only outcome was death. These were the words of Emperor Wu Hui. Although he was in a terrible state, he was actually quite happy to see the situation in front of him. After all, the damned coward Fang Yuluo's soul had been separated from his. Although the body in front of him was weak, it still had his bloodline. The Fang family had never produced a Qilin child for generations. Their cultivation wasn't strong, but it wasn't a problem of bloodline. It was because they were suppressed by the Taishan bead. And now, since his soul had invaded this body, everything would be fine. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to devour this descendant's soul and use his supreme strength to increase his strength. As his power gradually increased, Emperor Wu Hui would reappear in this world. Furthermore, he could do what he couldn't do before, become a god. At this moment, his power was gradually circulating. Powerful energy began to baptize this body over and over again. Of course, the most important thing was to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. With a flash of spatial energy, Su Yan's figure appeared. When he first entered the dark abyss, he left a spatial coordinate in this place as a precaution. He didn't expect that such an unintentional action would allow him to escape a disaster. When Duan Mulonghu suggested that they work together to activate the demon god armor's demon god void rupture, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple. He knew Duan Mulonghu very well. He knew very well that this person would definitely leave behind a backup plan. Everything that he did, he would have his own purpose. Su Yan even thought that even if he didn't use the demon god void rupture, he could still leave this place and avoid being killed by Emperor Wu Hui. Just like himself, even if he didn't have the demon god void rupture, as long as he stimulated the power of the Godslayer sword, he could slash open a spatial crack and leave. Of course, compared to using the Godslayer sword, it was much easier to leave with the help of the demon god armor. Su Yan let out a long sigh. The change in the situation this time was simply beyond his expectations. First, Rosen's transformation. He had become stronger. The demon god armor was simply a cheating tool. Although Rosen was originally a genius, he couldn't compare to Wang Baichuan and the others. However, he had now completely surpassed Wang Baichuan. In terms of realm, even Luo Yunyang couldn't compare to him. Furthermore, there were more hidden dangers in his body than he had originally expected. Facing the ghost was like a fishbone stuck in Su Yan's throat. If he couldn't deal with this problem, then one day, he would directly become the second great emperor Wu Hui. There was also Duan Mulonghu, who had suddenly appeared. He had always paid close attention to Duan Mulonghu. However, it was a pity that Duan Mulonghu seemed to have disappeared after they parted ways in the ruins. There was no news of him at all. After his appearance this time, Duan Mulonghu's strength had become even more terrifying. The bottomless feeling became more obvious. Although Luo Yunyang's strength had increased by a lot, the feeling of danger didn't decrease at all. Su Yan sighed, and then his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was too bad. The revival of Emperor Wu Hui was definitely not a good thing. Luo Yunyang was afraid that the world would change again. After all, although Duan Mulonghu was also someone who had come back from the ancient times, he wasn't very strong. In the beginning, he wasn't even in the dragon realm. He would probably become very terrifying in the future. However, at least at this juncture, he wasn't that threatening. With enough time, Su Yan was confident that he could grow to that level. However, Emperor Wu Hui was completely different. He had just come back to life, but he had already displayed an extremely powerful side. In such a short period of time, he had already become a venerable. Fang Yueshan's original strength wasn't very strong. In fact, he was weak even to Luo Yunyang. At that time, Fang Yueshan didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Rosen. Such a person actually became a venerable overnight under the power of Emperor Wu Hui. Moreover, the Taishan bead was still in Luo Yunyang's hands. What worried Su Yan even more was that Emperor Wu Hui definitely wouldn't have come to this place for no reason. There was probably some connection between the shadow world and this place. Was there any relationship between the half-faced man who led him to the shadow world and this Emperor Wu Hui? Su Yan didn't know these things. But now, where should he go from here? There was no hope of saving Fang Yueshan. Therefore, he should return to the Taihang sword faction. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. At this time, the double-winged tiger had already sensed Su Yan's aura. He directly went to Su Yan's side. Are you all right? I feel that something extremely terrifying is about to happen. We must leave now. The double-winged tiger's thoughts were directly transmitted. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. He knew very well how powerful the double-winged tiger was. Furthermore, a demon beast with a powerful bloodline like him had extremely sharp intuition. Sometimes, this intuition could even predict the future. Since he said that something extremely dangerous was going to happen, then it was probably no small matter. The first thing he thought of was the huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. At that time, behind the door, there was an extremely terrifying head that wanted to appear. Of course, in the end, the heavenly demon finger bone on Su Yan's left hand directly awakened and destroyed it with an extremely terrifying death ray tube. This prevented this thing from successfully appearing in the end. However, Su Yan couldn't be sure that there was only one terrifying creature behind the door. If there was a group or even more terrifying creatures behind the door, then what would happen to this world? Would it usher in destruction? Demons were indeed very terrifying creatures. When countless demons flew in the sky, the intense pressure was almost enough to make people despair. However, even if that was the case, it was still not too bad. After all, in history, in the war between humans and demons, it was humans who had won. Demons had huge bodies and were very powerful, but as long as their attack power was strong enough, they could be directly destroyed. However, these shadow creatures were completely different. The existence of shadow creatures could only be described with one word, and that was eerie. Facing these terrifying shadow creatures, ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. More importantly, they were almost invisible. Ordinary people did not even know when they would be killed, let alone kill them. In terms of the difficulty level, this was definitely the most terrifying creature in the world. One or two shadow creatures were already a headache. What if these shadow creatures appeared in groups? How would this world deal with them? Under the havoc of the shadow creatures, if humans were not prepared in time, they might not even have a chance to fight. Now, Su Yan could only hope that these were all baseless guesses. Otherwise, if that was the case, then this world would really be in danger. At this moment, the winged tiger had spread its wings and was about to fly high into the sky. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly saw a figure. Rosen. Rosen left through the demon deity warden, but he didn't expect that this guy's foothold would be so close to his. When he was inside, Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him directly. After a bitter battle, Su Yan had also won. However, a storm suddenly erupted from the tower, which disrupted Su Yan's plan. But at this time, since Su Yan could see him again, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with light. Obviously, at this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. Not to mention him, this time, the main culprit behind the revival of Emperor Wu Hui was Rosen's greed. A person's ambition would never stop. Especially for a person like Luo Sen, as long as he doesn't die, then his greed will never die. This time, he had already caused a huge disaster. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause the next time? Let's go and kill him. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered the two-winged sky tiger. The winged tiger was originally a monster beast, and its killing intent was very heavy. At this time, when it heard Su Yan's words, it immediately became excited. It suddenly spread its wings and flew directly toward Rosen. At this time, Rosen still did not know that he had been targeted by Su Yan. He was furious and cursed, damn it, Su Yan, it's you again. You're the one who ruined my plan again. If it wasn't for you, I would have already gotten the Taishan bead. Damn it, Su Yan, I'll definitely make you suffer. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Su Yan, I can't kill you, so I'll kill your friends first. Humph, I won't let you have it easy. Luo San was originally a person of the evil Tao, so he didn't have any rules in his heart. Originally, he did not have any thoughts of touching Su Yan's friends. This was because he wanted to directly defeat Su Yan. However, at this time, after experiencing another failure, his heart was already covered with a shadow. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be that he was gradually falling. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see an extremely powerful force rushing towards him. Chapter 771. Female Literature. It was a terrifying blood-red ray of death. Such a strong power was simply frightening. That kind of violent power was simply terrifying. Rosen did not expect that such an attack would suddenly appear behind him. In the face of such a power, it was too late for him to dodge even with the demon god armament. And at the end of this attack, he saw a person, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan. He immediately let out an unwilling roar. He did not expect that Su Yan would actually appear behind him at this time and launch a surprise attack. His heart began to beat faster. However, other than roaring in anger, he seemed to be unable to do anything at this time. Damn it, am I, Rosen, going to die like this? No, I don't want to die. At this time, he was extremely unwilling. Perhaps it was because his call and prayer had been heard. A ray of light directly descended from the sky at this time. This ray of light directly turned into a barrier and then blocked in front of him. Almost in the next moment, Su Yan's attack directly arrived. At this time, the violent and powerful power condensed at this time, and the two powerful forces directly began to fight. The terrifying impact was simply unimaginable, and Rosen was directly blown away at the first moment. Although Rosen was flying upside down in the sky, he immediately reacted. At this time, he realized that the person who saved his life was not someone else, but actually Duan Mulonghu. He finally stabilized his body in a sorry state, and then his eyes fell directly on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was riding on the two-winged divine tiger and coldly looking at Rosen, full of murderous intent. The first to break the silence was Duan Mulonghu. He chuckled and said, Su Yan, sneak attacking and killing is not your style, and it is indeed not good, so please don't blame me. Su Yan said, Duan Mulonghu, I know your personality very well, so don't say such nonsense. Today, I want Rosen to die. If you want to protect him, then let's fight. Su Yan's killing intent was so firm that he had no intention of backing down. Although there were two opponents, he had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Duan Mulonghu was indeed terrifying and somewhat unfathomable, but Su Yan now had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Although the two-winged divine tiger had not yet reached the level of a divine beast, it was extremely close. At this time, as long as he made a move, Su Yan would be able to restrain this guy. No, he would even force out Duan Mulonghu's trump card. At this time, Su Yan was not only not afraid of the two people joining hands, but was also looking forward to Duan Mulonghu's arrival. Su Yan, you actually have such a divine beast. At this time, Rosen was very angry and jealous. Why did this guy have such a terrifying divine beast? Unfortunately, Rosen was a bit late when he went to the surface of the sea. If he was a bit earlier, he would have discovered that Su Yan did not only have one divine beast. Compared to Rosen, although Duan Mulonghu was also very surprised, he was not so surprised. After a slight surprise, he had already calmed down. Su Yan, everyone has just escaped from death. We can be considered to be comrades. Besides, the reason why we were able to escape with our lives was all because of Rosen. Why do you have to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Duan Mulonghu said again. Duan Mulonghu, enough of your superfluous words. Since you want to stop me, let's fight. At this moment, Su Yan was truly overbearing. Although the time he had spent with Fang Yueshan was not long, Fang Yueshan had already pledged loyalty to him. And he had also promised to protect him after all. But because of Rosen's appearance, Fang Yueshan had fallen to this state. His body was taken over by Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so how could he still be alive? Even if it was for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan's killing intent was already very strong, let alone this guy who had tried to kill his friends earlier. Su Yan was definitely not a pedantic person. He did not want to wait until something happened to his friends before taking revenge. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Rosen. This guy was the source of evil. As long as he died, there would be fewer clues in the future. As for Duan Mulonghu, if he insisted on standing up, then he could come at him together. He also wanted to know the depths of Duan Mulonghu's strength. This person had hidden too deeply. If he did not fight him once, it would be very difficult to know his true strength. Instead of guessing without knowing the truth, it would be better to directly fight him. It would also be good to know the extent of his strength. Duan Mulonghu's eyes turned slightly, and his gaze became somewhat cold. Clearly, he was really angry at this time. No matter what, he was an existence who stood by his words. Although he had restrained a lot of his temperament after his resurrection, the most fundamental tyranny would not change. Su Yan's attitude had already made him a little angry. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to repay Lawson for opening the spatial barrier and allowing them to escape. Instead, it was because Lawson was very useful to him at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Rosen die just like that. He was a person who liked to scheme. He was like a natural chess player who wanted to turn everyone into his chess pieces. In the past, he had such an attitude towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan's growth was too fast. The current him seemed to be a little difficult to control, and this made him feel a little helpless. Rosen still had other uses for him, so he would not let Su Yan succeed. Brother Su Yan, we are supposed to be allies, so I shouldn't attack you. However, I did say that I owed him a favor, so I naturally have to stop you. Brother Su Yan has this powerful demonic beast, but I, Duan Mulonghu, will not back down. He gently waved his hand, and at this moment, a black shadow suddenly came directly towards them. When this shadow appeared, the double-winged divine tiger directly let out an extremely heavy roar, and a terrifying power directly rushed forward. The terrifying sound wave was even more frightening. Even Duan Mulonghu and Rosen unconsciously took a step back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and the strong whirlwind directly turned into an extremely strong wind blade. It actually blocked Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger's attack. Phantom butterfly. At this moment, Su Yan said coldly. The phantom butterfly, according to legend, was a powerful demonic beast that didn't belong to the 9 provinces continent. This demonic beast was very beautiful, but its power was also very terrifying. And seeing that it could block the double-winged divine tiger's attack, this phantom butterfly was obviously not ordinary. Brother Su Yan has good eyesight. That's right, this is the phantom butterfly. I just subdued it not long ago. Let it play with Brother Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger. I think it will be able to relieve his loneliness. Duan Mulonghu still had the same indifferent look. Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy actually had such a powerful demonic beast. This really surprised him. He could already see that Duan Mulonghu was hoping that he could retreat in the face of difficulties, so that he could directly retreat and give up on this kill. Su Yan laughed directly. Hee, Duan Mulonghu, you are indeed a very terrifying person. You have actually obtained such a powerful demonic beast, but do you think that I will be afraid and retreat? I've already said that since you've decided to interfere today, then let's have a fight. I'd like to see how strong you are today. Su Yan's attitude clearly caused him to be extremely surprised. He originally thought that since he had already summoned the phantom butterfly, this guy would have scruples no matter what and directly retreat. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he arrogantly continued to provoke him. Just like how Su Yan understood him very well, he also had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not do something that he wasn't confident in. Su Yan would indeed choose to take risks many times, but that was under the premise that there was no other choice. However, at this time, Su Yan was actually being so aggressive, so he was now suspecting whether Su Yan had other backup plans. This thought flashed in his mind, and then his expression calmed down again. Now that the conversation had already reached this point, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. Brother Su Yan, since that's the case, let me have a battle with you. After we parted last time, I really want to know how powerful you are now. Su Yan sneered, and his aura directly released. Rosen's expression became exceptionally cold. He didn't expect that he would actually need the help of others to survive when facing Su Yan. This was a great humiliation for him. Su Yan, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible? He was also an invincible figure. In the previous battle, he had gained some insights. Although it wasn't enough to make him soar, it made him stronger. Su Yan didn't say anything, but the scorching sun sword was full of sword chi. Master, don't worry. I will bite that spectral butterfly to death as soon as possible, and then come to help you. At this time, the voice of the double-winged sky tiger came in. Su Yan nodded, and then said, okay. Su Yan's killing intent directly locked onto Rosen. At this moment, he took a step forward, and then coldly shouted, Dancing Fish Dragon Sword. Roar, Su Yan slashed out with his sword. The sword chi roared like a real fish dragon roaring directly. The aura of his sword had become even more terrifying. Chapter 772. Female Literature, Good. Since you're so arrogant today, I'll send you to heaven. His mind expanded, and the devil god armor covered his body. A powerful aura suddenly erupted like rolling thunder, directly bombarding Su Yan. Su Yan shouted coldly, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. Rosen, I'll definitely kill you today. After the dragonfish sword, it was the Qingquan sword. 2 consecutive Taishang sword moves suddenly erupted. Duan Mulonghu finally made his move. Brother Su Yan, let me experience your sword move, Indefinite Wind and Fire Wheel. He suddenly attacked, and for a moment, wind and fire suddenly appeared, then condensed into a wheel, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He did not expect Duan Mulonghu to be able to use such a method. The indefinite wind and fire wheel was not the inheritance of the Devil's Sect. Since Su Yan's sword momentum had already been slashed out, there was no reason for him to turn back. At this moment, his body directly turned into a light shadow, and his whole body suddenly moved forward. At this moment, his speed was directly at the extreme. His speed was already very fast, but at this moment, his speed was actually even faster. What a fast speed! Indefinite wind and fire, block for me. Even Duan Mulonghu was surprised. This sword of Su Yan's was truly incomparably breathtaking. If Duan Mulonghu did not make a move today, Rosen, who was in such a state, would probably not be able to escape the pursuit of this sword move. Now, Su Yan's fear was directly reflected at this moment. It was as if he would never get tired. Previously, he had clearly used up a lot of energy, but at this time, he had recovered. However, he did not know that there were 3 hearts in Su Yan's body at this time. These 3 hearts were 3 power furnaces, which allowed Su Yan to have an endless supply of energy to fight. Rosen abruptly took 2 steps back. If he was at his peak, it would still be very difficult for him to face this sword, but he would definitely not be in such a sorry state as he was now. At the end of the day, the reason was because of exhaustion. In the battle with Su Yan, he had consumed too much of his strength, not to mention that the 3 of them had joined forces to activate the Devil God space-shattering Devil God armament. He was already a genius, and with the help of the Demon God armament, he recovered quickly. Now, he had recovered more than half of his strength. But Su Yan was even more monstrous than him. After taking 2 steps back, he finally opened up the distance between him and Su Yan. At this moment, with the help of the indefinite wind-fire wheel, Su Yan's sword momentum was directly slowed down. He angrily shouted, Demon God Sky-Breaking Fist. A black shadow suddenly whistled and turned into an extremely terrifying punch. The punch rushed out, and then with the power of the indefinite wind-fire wheel, it directly dispersed Su Yan's sword momentum, and even launched a counterattack. This Su Yan is really scary. But this time, since Duan Wulonghu has already made a move, I will take this opportunity to kill him directly to prevent future troubles. Rosen had already made up his mind. At their level, each of them had their own plans. Duan Wulonghu was like this, and so was Rosen. Of course, he knew that Duan Wulonghu definitely did not help him for a favor. He did not believe that Duan Wulonghu's moral integrity was so good. Su Yan faced his opponent's counterattack, but he was very calm. At this moment, he raised the sword in his hand again, Supreme Sun-shattering slash. The boundless blazing sun suddenly bloomed at this moment. The terrifying light spread out directly, and then swallowed everything. Rosen had experienced Su Yan's move before, and he deeply knew how powerful and terrifying this move was. Moreover, he also knew that after this move, Su Yan still had more tricks up his sleeve. Duan Wulonghu, be careful of Su Yan's move and his follow-up attack. At this moment, he directly transmitted a message to Duan Wulonghu. In fact, there was no need for Rosen to transmit the message. Duan Wulonghu already knew that Su Yan's sword was definitely very terrifying. It was just that he did not know that there was an even more terrifying sword after this. His mind turned, and then his body directly flashed. Demon King Flash. He shouted softly, and then his entire body disappeared from the spot. Demon King Flash was a move that had been lost in the Limitless Demon Sect. Once this move was used, his speed would be as fast as lightning. Although it could not be compared to directly traversing through space, it was still extremely fast and terrifying. One had to know that this time, he did not want to fight to the death with Su Yan, but to protect Rosen from death. After all, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, he still had value in the future. Therefore, his goal this time was very clear, and that was to stop the two of them from fighting to the death. As long as he could achieve this goal, he was not willing to pay a huge price directly. At this moment, he directly dodged Su Yan's attack, because he knew that Su Yan's main target was Rosen, and he was just incidental. Of course, in order to protect Rosen from death, he would interfere from the side. In this way, he would be able to achieve his goal with the least amount of trouble. The scorching light released by the Supreme Sun-shattering slash directly crushed forward. Just as Duan Wulonghu had expected, Rosen was indeed Su Yan's main target, and he was under great pressure at this moment. Rosen secretly cursed Duan Wulonghu for not being loyal, but he also knew that if Duan Wulonghu had not made a move at this moment, he would have died. However, he did not feel any gratitude towards Duan Wulonghu. Demon God Void Rupture. When he was fighting with Su Yan previously, he clearly felt the strength of this power, so at this time, he would not choose to court death directly. He was an extremely powerful person, and no one doubted that. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used the Demon God Void Rupture. Previously, he did not even know that the Demon God armament had such a skill. Moreover, from before until now, he had only used it once, and it was with the help of Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu's power. However, at this moment, he actually used this move directly. Such a talent was really frightening, and it was no wonder that the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall would make him his target. Of course, the Demon God Void Rupture naturally could not be like before, where it could directly tear open space on a large scale and leave directly. It could only allow him to achieve a small displacement. However, this was enough, and it was enough for him to avoid Su Yan's Supreme Sun-shattering slash, and it was enough for him to escape with his life. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed down. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Do you think you can escape?" he asked directly, and then a terrifying power came pressing down at this moment, and the power of light was rotating at this moment. Endless light, the aurora of heaven and earth. Everything was rotating at this moment. Rosen did not react at this time, because according to his memory, after the Supreme Sun-shattering slash was the extremely terrifying Daybreak Sword. The last time he fought with Su Yan, he was directly defeated by the Daybreak Sword, and was almost killed. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use the Daybreak Sword. Cultivate to kill me, Mad God's Heart, activate. Seeing Su Yan's sword attack coming, Rosen was shocked and angry. At this time, he no longer cared that his strength had not recovered, and directly activated the Mad God's heart. The Mad God's heart exploded, and golden power surrounded him, and his blood boiled. This move, with his blood as the source, directly burst out a powerful force. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased. Therefore, almost in the next moment, he moved horizontally and dodged Su Yan's attack. Su Yan looked over. Rosen was able to escape from his attack range in an instant, which was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this did not matter. Since he had escaped, he could chase after him again. Regal sword teleportation. At this moment, the sword shield suddenly exploded. The speed of the regal sword teleportation was simply heaven-defying. His body moved horizontally, and an extremely strong light shone directly on Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen felt his whole body tremble. He did not even have time to turn back, because he had already noticed that Su Yan was charging towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Although his speed was fast, Su Yan was like a maggot in his bones, which made him extremely shocked and angry. However, he was unable to deal with it at all. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu finally interfered again. "Brother Su Yan, what a strong sword chi, what a fast speed. However, I can't let you kill Rosen." At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's voice became colder. He would not allow Su Yan to ruin his plan. At this moment, his aura increased again. It was still the flaming windstorm wheel, but this time, it was clearly filled with the aura of an evil spirit. "Duan Wulonghu, I have already said that if you interfere, I will kill you." Su Yan slashed out, and the strong sword chi actually split into two. The split sword chi went directly towards Duan Wulonghu. "Duan Wulonghu, I can't kill you, and I don't even know if I can defeat you. However, if you want to protect Rosen, don't even think about it." Ah! Duan Wulonghu's flaming windstorm will was blocked by Su Yan's sword. In the next moment, the other half of Su Yan's sword chi slashed towards Rosen's body. At this moment, the demon god armament burst out with intense flames. Although it was not broken, the demon god armament had actually changed shape at this moment. From this, it could be seen how fierce Su Yan's sword was. Su Yan. Duan Wulonghu was furious. At this moment, he no longer controlled his strength, and the violent aura suppressed him. Chapter 773. Female Literature, 9 Dragons Aura. Su Yan was shocked. At that moment, Duan Wulonghu's aura had clearly reached the 9 Dragons realm. Duan Wulonghu was truly a terrifying figure. When they first met, Duan Wulonghu had just revived. His strength wasn't that strong. But now, his strength had actually reached such a level. If he was allowed to continue developing, then how strong would his strength be? However, after the initial shock, Su Yan had already calmed down. In fact, it was not surprising that he had reached the 9 Dragons realm. Back then, he was a real venerable one. Even though his strength had decreased after his resurrection, now that he had started cultivating again, it was not a big deal for him to advance by leaps and bounds. What Su Yan wanted to know now was why he was still in the dragon realm. He believed that with Duan Wulonghu's methods, even if he had reached the Venerable One realm, he would not have to spend too much effort. However, Su Yan now felt his true realm, the 9 Dragons realm. To others, this realm was considered very high, but to him, it was definitely not enough. He must be deliberately stuck in this realm for some reason. Su Yan immediately made this inference in his heart. Of course, this was only a conjecture. Moreover, Su Yan's most important thing now was to kill Rosen. At that moment, he had already made up his mind to kill Rosen directly. Although Duan Wulonghu was obstructing him at that moment, Su Yan knew that this was the best time to kill Rosen. This was because Rosen was not in a good state at that moment. After letting him escape this time, he would definitely have a deeper understanding of himself. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to kill him. This did not mean that Su Yan would not be his opponent in the future, but this guy would probably not give Su Yan a chance to attack in the future. After all, at his level, even if he could not defeat Su Yan, it would not be difficult for him to hide if he wanted to. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to close in on Rosen and kill him directly. His previous attack had the chance to kill Rosen. Even if he did not kill him, he would have the chance to severely injure him. However, this sword aura was weakened greatly because of Duan Wulonghu's interference. Therefore, Rosen was only lightly injured at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan directly exchanged a blow with Duan Wulonghu. At that moment, Duan Wulonghu's eyes were blazing flames. He was astonished by Su Yan's strength. What a powerful strength! This was truly a powerful strength. He was an expert in the Nine Dragons realm, but he did not gain any advantage in such a battle. At that moment, the will of the double-winged tiger was transmitted. Master, run! Su Yan felt great panic from the will of the double-winged tiger. Su Yan was startled. He immediately recalled the uneasy feeling that the double-winged tiger had mentioned earlier. At that moment, he turned his attention to the double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger was indeed ferocious. It had already defeated the phantom butterfly, and one of its huge claws was ruthlessly pressed down. As long as he had a little more time, he would be able to break through this line of defense and kill this monster beast. Duan Wulonghu was indeed powerful, but his monster was not comparable to Su Yan's double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger did not need much time to do all this, but it still gave up without hesitation. One had to know that even though the phantom butterfly was not as powerful as it was still a high-level monster. If it could devour this monster, it would definitely benefit greatly. And if it wanted to do all this, it would not take long at all. But at that moment, the double-winged tiger did not have any reluctance. It gave up the opportunity to kill the phantom butterfly and flew directly towards Su Yan. Seeing the double-winged tiger like that, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, he raised his sword again, and a violent power surged out. He did not intend to kill the enemy with this sword, but to escape. At that moment, although Duan Wulonghu wanted to attack again, Su Yan's sword chi could not be underestimated. Moreover, the double-winged tiger had already arrived. He had subdued the phantom butterfly some time ago, and its combat strength was indeed not bad. However, he never expected Su Yan's double-winged tiger to be so powerful that it could directly defeat the phantom butterfly. With his intelligence, how could he not see that a huge change had occurred at this time? Otherwise, Su Yan would not have given up so suddenly when he was still so murderous. At that moment, Su Yan had already jumped onto the double-winged tiger. Let's go. Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance and flew away. Duan Wulonghu did not delay either. Although the phantom butterfly was defeated, the double-winged tiger did not attack ruthlessly at the end, so he was not in any serious trouble. Therefore, at that moment, he suddenly flew up and headed straight for the top of the sky. At that moment, Rosen still did not understand the situation. The two people who were fighting fiercely just now actually chose to retreat at this time, which confused him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great sense of fear in his heart. When he raised his head, he realized that there were already many shadows above his head. The moment these shadows appeared, his pupils shrank. Clearly, these shadows gave him an immense amount of pressure. No, it was not just great pressure, but the threat of death. At that moment, 4 words suddenly appeared in his mind: shadow creatures. They were the legendary shadow creatures, terrifying shadow creatures that could silently reap people's lives. Moreover, there were so many shadow creatures here. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Before he could react, the shadow creatures had already charged towards him. Even though he had the demon god armament, he knew that he would not be able to survive against so many shadow creatures. His death was certain. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Yan left so decisively. It was because he seemed to have a premonition that the shadow creatures would appear. At that moment, he no longer thought about how to kill Su Yan. The only thought in his mind was how to escape with his life. At that moment, a gust of wind whistled and the phantom butterfly appeared not far in front of him. It was Duan Wulonghu. He immediately threw out a huge force. The violent force kept whistling and the terrifying aura surged, drowning everything. Any shadow creature that was touched by this aura died instantly. He wanted to save himself. Luo San immediately understood Duan Mulonghu's intention. Although he still didn't know why Duan Mulonghu wanted to save him, he didn't have the time to think about it. Being able to escape was already a great blessing. He directly soared into the sky and then jumped onto the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. At that moment, an endless number of shadow creatures chased after him. Shadow creatures have appeared, and there are so many of them. In that case, Su Yan already knew about this. Duan Mulonghu's eyes flickered because even he did not know about this. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. In just a short moment, he had already thought of some things. Emperor Wu Hui, Feng Wu Hui. It seems like these shadow creatures are related to him. Although this was only a conjecture, he was certain that it was not far from the truth. Otherwise, why would the shadow creatures go berserk and appear in this world after Feng Wu Hui's resurrection? Shadow creatures were terrifying. Perhaps even the demon clan could not compare to them. Therefore, this sudden change in the dark abyss would definitely become a huge variable in the 9 provinces continent. The dark abyss was relatively close to King Tai, so King Tai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At that moment, the phantom butterfly fluttered in the air, but some shadow creatures still chased after him. For shadow creatures, human blood was their food. Therefore, when they sensed the aura, they would go crazy and chase after him at all costs. Low-level shadow creatures were very similar to low-level demons. They all acted based on instinct and did not have the ability to think. Therefore, even though he had released his powerful aura, the shadow creatures did not hesitate and madly pounced on him. Courting death. With Duan Mulonghu and Rosen's methods, these shadow creatures were naturally very easy to deal with. They directly unleashed their power and immediately killed a large number of shadow creatures. Su Yan frowned when he saw this scene from the sky. Although he escaped from the shadow creatures safely, he could still feel how powerful and terrifying they were. If these shadow creatures were to spread, it would definitely be an extreme disaster. Even for ordinary cultivators, they were extremely frightening individuals. What more for ordinary people without cultivation? If they couldn't control these shadow creatures well, there would definitely be a huge disaster. I have to think of a way. Although he was not a compassionate person, he still didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering. King Tai, among the 10 great sects, the one closest to here is King Tai. Fortunately, these shadow creatures seem to be restricted and can't leave the dark abyss. However, if my guess is correct, these shadow creatures were released by Emperor Wu Hui. He hasn't fully recovered yet, but that won't be too far away. Therefore, what we need to do now is head to King Tai.